the Papah Trail. Let's go, 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 go.
Yeah, 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 yeah. For the love of money, niggas come around. For the love of money, some stay around. For the love of money, what a nigga will do for the love of the money. If in the morning they don't give a fuck now. If it's for the money, niggas gon' bark and they bite like a motherfucking dog. Gotta party like a motherfucking dog. For that cat, I am gon' roof and I'm barking at that cat and I am gon' take the roof off and I'm riding that ride. Rip nigga to the left, but I'm steady on the only right. I'm swerving with a purpose, for the purpose. A nigga been sipping on that purple. A nigga been cheaping on that purple. Cause I'm getting money, I'm getting money. Cause I'm getting money. And I'm laughing all the way to the motherfucking bank. And I'm telling her, tell me later if she thinking what I'm thinking. Damn me getting money. I walk about the bank and I stuck up in the wheel. Headed to my next big destination. Somewhere where I'm gonna be.
Tonight, the Justice Department announced that starting Monday, members of Congress will be able to Epstein. Lawmakers will only be able to review documents that have been publicly released, not the 3 million pages that are still being withheld. President Trump has been hoping to turn the page.
Frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do.
But the many powerful men whose names have already come up in the files have people wondering who else might be in there. On Monday, the House Oversight Committee will hear from Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, who is scheduled to testify virtually from the prison where she is serving 20 years for sex trafficking. She is expected to take the fifth. The Republican-led committee has subpoenaed former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton to testify behind closed doors. Hillary Clinton calling out the committee chairman, James Comer, saying, "Let's stop the games. If you want this fight, let's have it in public." And today, Bill Clinton posting, "I will not sit idly as they use me as a prop in a closed-door kangaroo court by a Republican Party running scared. If they want answers, let's stop the games and do this the right way, in a public hearing where the American people can see for themselves what this is really about. Jonathan Carl, ABC News, Washington.
So right now, the government is telling us that there's nothing to see with these Epstein files. Essentially, no one is going to be prosecuted. There will be, this is why. Watch this.
Fight for aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs. I will continue to fight for it. And we delivered more security assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before. To give Israel what it needs to protect itself from the many in that difficult region who want to wipe Israel off the face of the map. We have to do everything to do that. We have to do everything to ensure that the delicate ceasefire secured last year paves the way to peace, where there are people out there.
Okay. So there we're giving everything to Israel that they want, everything they need under my leadership. We've given them more money than ever before, says Chuck Schumer. And you just got to wonder, why do we keep doing this? They have committed a genocide. The American people have turned against Israel. It's not popular to give them money. Americans want, I don't know, America first. How about that? And yet this still keeps happening. And so this is what a lot of people were looking at the Epstein files, assuming that this was a blackmail operation to ensure that powerful people who were holding the purse strings would ensure that Israel got whatever they wanted every single time, because otherwise you're going to be exposed. And right now, what they've done with those Epstein files is they've released them, right? They're giving us the Epstein files, but they're not telling us who's behind those files, who's implicated in those files. They're redacting those. They're protecting them. And they're probably giving them all a warning saying, you don't want your name to be unredacted by accident, do you? Because what a good trade. How about we just keep everybody happy? That seems to be what a lot of this, the redactions, the cover-ups. I mean, that's just where I'm headed with it. Of course, they're giving Israel money blatantly in front of our faces using Congress and also behind the scenes bypassing Congress. But of course, Thomas Massie is not standing for it. He has voted against giving more aid to Israel. He says, I voted against the rule to bring this omnibus forward for a vote. Here is a breakdown of some of the most ridiculous items included in the omnibus and some America First items that were not. I offered amendments to correct these errors, all of which were blocked or refused. This one here is Israel. He says $1.3 billion to Israel is in this omnibus package, saying of the funds appropriated by this act under the heading Foreign Military Financing Program, not less than 3.3. Oh, sorry, not 1.3. I misread. It was tiny font. That's how they do it, right? They do tiny font. $3.3 billion to Israel. So not less than $3.3 billion shall be available for grants only for Israel. Grants, that you don't pay those back. Provided that funds appropriated by this act under the heading Foreign Military Financing Program and make available for assistance for Israel shall be of this act provided further. 3.3 to Israel in this omnibus package that they just passed. The House, I think, just passed this. Then he says, and an extra 500 million for Israel. So not just the 3.3 billion, but now, so really it's 4 billion. They just didn't want to make it look like that, I guess. So they did 3.3 and then tacked on another 500, saying that this is, that's going to be for Israel cooperative programs, whatever that is. Okay, so that's another 500 million to Israel. But it's not just to Israel. We also do a lot of aid to other countries that benefit Israel, like Egypt. Why do we give money to Egypt? Oh, we give money to Egypt to keep Egypt on Israel's side so that Egypt doesn't turn against Israel. So we keep them under financial blackmail. And we're giving $1.5 billion to Egypt. Then we're giving also another $2.1 billion to Jordan. Same thing, same reason. These are the countries surrounding Israel, right? So we have to give them a bunch of money also in order to keep them in line. Again, financial blackmail. So $2.1 billion to Jordan. Now do the math. How much money are we giving to Israel in total? Because really giving money to Egypt and Jordan is giving money to Israel. And it's not just Congress that's giving them money, tons of money, despite it being completely unpopular with the American people. Trump officials, Trump are also, they're bypassing Congress to push billions in more money to Israel, lots more money going to Israel. The State Department announced on Friday that it was planning to send Israel more than $6.5 billion of weapons aid. That included Apache attack helicopters and combat land vehicles, bypassing a congressional review process. So wait a minute. Congress is already giving them nearly $4 billion. And that's not even including, once you tally it all up, you know, you've got 3.3 billion and another 500 million. So now you're at $3.8 billion plus $1.5 billion going to Egypt. So now you're at $5.2 billion, and then another 2.1 billion going to Jordan. So now you're at $7.3 billion basically going to Israel, or proxy around for Israel's interests, we should say. And then the Trump administration on top of that is bypassing Congress entirely and giving them 6.5 billion. So what is that? 13.7 billion. Is that what that came out to? 13 points. So nearly $14 billion we're giving Israel. America first. That's America first for you. Wow. All while the Gazans are still being blown up, and the IDF came out just this last week and said, yeah, remember all those times we told you that the Hamas Ministry of Health, the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is what it's officially called, and they were the Hamas Ministry of Health, they were lying about the numbers of dead? Well, now the IDF says, actually, they're accurate. Yeah, they're accurate. $70,000 Gazans, they believe, have been killed by their genocide. Now, I think they're only coming out and agreeing now after gaslighting everybody to say, oh, Hamas Ministry of Health numbers, those aren't real. And now they're coming out and saying, yeah, those are real. My guess is because now that we've gone in, now that the war is kind of over, they're still bombing Gaza. But now that it's mostly over, there's way more than 70,000 dead. And many estimates are in the hundreds of thousands. Many estimates have put it at hundreds of thousands. So the IDF now suddenly coming out, and this is the Times of Israel, IDF believes 70,000 Gazans killed in war, as claimed by Hamas. Civilian combatant ratio, unclear, but they're saying they do believe the number by Hamas, but they don't know about the civilian combatant. They're saying basically every male that they killed was a combatant. That's their thinking. Which, I mean, technically, I suppose, sure. I think that every Palestinian is rising. I mean, you could call all of us combatants with this thinking, right? If you're going to use this logic, all of us are against you. So I guess we're all combatants. But they're agreeing to that number now, and after gaslighting everybody. And that is only because that number is way off. It's low, and that's why they're agreeing to it. So now we've got, their numbers, they're saying, yeah, the numbers are right, the numbers that many of us were screaming about, and yet we're still giving them more money than they've ever had before. We're giving Israel more aid, even though they've committed a genocide, tarnished the American name. The rest of the world hates our guts almost as much as they hate Israel. And meanwhile, they're still blowing Gaza up. Now, all the hostages are back. They've got all the bodies, and they're still blowing up Gaza. They're still blowing up Gaza. They're blowing up people in tents. So what ceasefire are we talking about? Who gets to do this in a ceasefire and still call it a ceasefire? Oh, Israel does. That's right. Israel does. That's right. Because, our government is completely bought off, blackmailed, bribed, and brainwashed. And those Epstein files, you don't want your name to be uncovered in one of those Epstein files, do you? Do you? Well then, shut your mouth, go along, give us more money than ever, and we'll spare you from the embarrassment of everybody finding out that you were torturing children and dismembering them and eating them after abusing them. I mean, or whatever. I mean, they must have something that bad on all these people. That is the only thing I can think of, is that it must be as bad as the wildest claims inside of the Epstein files. I know they just seem so unbelievably wild to so many of us normal people that it's like, that's got to be fabricated. I mean, there's no way they were like dismembering and eating children. I mean, that just seems so absolutely asinine. But I don't know, when I see these types of things of the government just continuing to go along and ignoring the will of the American people, I'm starting to wonder. I mean, maybe they do. And maybe Epstein's alive and he's still holding all the files. And he's like, I've got the real files right here and I'm going to release them if you guys don't do what we say you should do. I mean, I don't know what else to believe anymore, because that's the only thing. Actually, the most unbelievable aspect, the most unbelievable scenario that we could come to conclude is actually the most believable thing because of the way our government behaves. Thanks for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson Show, which you can catch Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, for free at KimIversonShow.com. See you there.
The major story in here that's not really being discussed, and I think that is the Epstein story, is his role as a political and intelligence actor for the government of Israel, for the U.S. intelligence agencies. He has ties with Russia, Africa, other Arab states. In the name of transparency, the DOJ actually dumped these documents, but they actually created more confusion. They kind of used, to use the term Steve Bannon employed at one point, they're trying to flood the zone with shit, quote unquote, to try to distract from the main subject or make it as hard as possible for people to actually figure out what's going on here. So I think they've given us a lot of research to work with, and I think some of our stories we had latent will now be able to be completed because of certain detail we filled in here. But I think that this is only the beginning of actually understanding the story. And I also do think that, to tie it up also, this actually is being released at a time when Trump has potentially a new war on his plate. All these other political things are going on. And a good way of diffusing the subject is to confuse it and also release the documents and then change the subject by some other very, very distracting and serious event. So I think that all this has to be taken in that context as well, too. And we're going to report these documents out, but it's going to take time. And anyone saying they know for sure what's in them is jumping the gun or even being purposely dismissive a little bit.
And one of the wild things we found, and this is a good example of what's the kind of thing that they're in there. I didn't even find it. A viewer, reader, flagged it for me. He's like, "Hey, check this out. It's a 3.5 hour audio. It's not video, just audio. Appears to be that Jeffrey Epstein recorded himself having this 3.5 hour dinner with Larry Summers and former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who at the time, it's undated, but you can cross-reference his calendar with some details that they discuss in the dinner, and you can determine that it was very likely, I think, February 15th of 2013, which is an important date because that means Barak was still Minister of Defense when they're having this conversation, and we're still going through it for nuggets of information that can be connected to the other stories we do. At one point, Epstein and Barak talk about setting up a partnership in the private sphere. That would be Leon Panetta, former CIA director, and Ehud Barak as the principals, with their chief deputy aides being Jeremy Bash, former CIA chief of staff and the ex-husband of Dana Bash, and Yoni Koren, who a longtime Israeli intelligence official who we had previously reported stayed for weeks at a time on various occasions at Jeffrey Epstein's place in Manhattan, and they're discussing kind of the four of them, putting together this business once Ehud Barak gets out of government. Barak, of course, like in 2019, re-enters government, kind of runs again against Netanyahu. We also found in there it's kind of the first time that Epstein tells Ehud Barak about this Peter Thiel company called Palantir. They then go back and forth, each of them trying to spell Palantir and spell Peter Thiel's name, getting them wrong like multiple different ways, which matches his emails. It's interesting to know that, in person he can't spell either, and it's also interesting to hearing him like spell it out with like this extreme level of confidence, and it just being like not even close. But at the time, people had not really heard of Palantir. It barely, I don't even know if it was, publicly a company at that point. Later, Epstein ends up investing. He's telling Barak should get on the board. Barak does end up becoming a real leader in the kind of Israeli cyber weapons industry. 2024, Israel and Palantir strike up a strategic agreement. Now Trump is trying to put Palantir basically all over the country. So you're out of the files, you're seeing some of this early stuff. One other thing real quick I'll show, but then, and I think Maz could correct me if I'm wrong, this might even be, and this is a good example, this might even be from volume 9. Like, we're still finding, there's still an enormous amount of stuff in the previous volumes like that we haven't even found yet. So this Nellie Priel here, this is Ehud Barak's wife. And Maz, you can pick up on this after I read this. So Epstein reaches out to Nili and says, Nili, Sultan, this is June of 2018, a year before he dies. Nili, Sultan needs to rent a 3-bedroom villa in Tel Aviv for 3 months starting July. Can you please help? Sultan is the chair of DP World, which is a UAE company that is kind of central to the UAE's like mini imperial ambitions around the world. It runs ports and other infrastructure around the world. Nili writes back, I will gladly help. Before I have a few questions, does he come with his genuine passport and identity? Okay, so what can we pull from that? Nili, Ehud Barak's wife, if this is his wife and not him writing, is aware that Epstein is working regularly with people who are traveling on false passports and identities, which is a hallmark of intelligence. If affirmative, is one or more of our formal authorities or ministries in the picture? So asking Epstein, are you sending a spy, basically, to connect directly with Israeli ministries? She said, because if that's the case, they might be the better address to arrange it. If not, I can apply to the best real estate agencies, take into account that it involves our name, which might lead to making it public and maybe complicate his situation if the reason of his coming is non-official. And then Epstein replies, if you prefer, I can ask Benny Shabtai, so no name. I'll ask Sultan. Maz, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the head of the Friends of the IDF? Is that...
Yeah, we believe so. I'm see at that time if he was.
And so then Nili writes back, sends this Haaretz article, a quote from a Haaretz article. Seniors in the White House will ask the Emiratis to contribute to Gaza's rehabilitation, unquote. And so then Barak's wife says, if that is the case, it would be a lot easier for him as he will be treated by relevant ministries. Please let me know if any help is needed. So in other words, the question here that she's asking Epstein is he coming on officially on behalf of the Emirates in order to fund Gaza's rehabilitation, basically on the direction of the White House? So, like, the idea that this is like that these are the assumptions at work as recently as 2018 between Barak's wife, Epstein, a leading figure of the UAE and the ministries of the government, just puts an entire mockery to the idea that there are no like intelligence connections here. But Maz, anything you want to add? Because we the context here, people can go read it. We wrote a story recently about the connections between Jeffrey Epstein and the chair of DP World and the UAE in general.
Yeah, very briefly, this communication shows that the Israelis actually, what they're doing right now in Gaza, this was like 8 years ago, the communication. They've been wanting the Emiratis to take over Gaza for a very, very long time before this current war. That was the dream scenario for them, giving security control, forcing it off to them, and running it as this like police states, sort of like the Emirates, I guess, with reducing the Palestinian population, having it really under control in that sense. If they can't completely destroy it and kill the population, expel all of them entirely. This has always been another ideal scenario for them. Very quickly, our story you just mentioned, the story of Sultan Salam, there's something which ties up all these stories, which is, you're talking about DP World. He was the head of DP World, one of the most important logistics providers in the world. They operate dozens of ports in many different countries. Our reporting through these documents has shown that DP World's been embedding Israeli surveillance technology into their ports. So you have a situation with this global logistics company controlling ports all over the world. Ports are extremely important to many obvious economic and political reasons, one of the most important forms of infrastructure. They're working with the Israelis to embed Israeli surveillance technology into these ports, so it could be anywhere. And then the individual who's helping fund Israeli surveillance technology, channel VC funds into it, private banking funds into it, was Jeffrey Epstein. So there was like this very clean tie-up. And as we mentioned in the story, Epstein used to brag, and I don't think there was any proof of it before we reported it, he used to brag that he basically controlled the port of Berbera, which is in Somaliland, through his relationship with Sultan Salam. But no one ever was able to prove that until we got their emails showing that Epstein was telling the truth about his relationship with Salam. They were extremely close. And so, this nascent empire, you use that term to describe this Emirati footprint, is really kind of an Israeli Emirati empire. And Gaza has something they've had their eyes on for a very, very long time, even before the current situation, the opportunity, quote unquote, that emerged with the genocide and destruction of the territory. Now they're trying to put into play this plan they've had for a very long time. And it's built on this very deep, close, personal, very intimate relationship between Emirati and Israeli elites that Epstein helped for many, many years build the foundation for.
And one little historical irony that Jeremy and Sharif, you may remember, back in 2005, 2006, there was this huge American domestic uproar because, and at the time, it was actually fueled by just Islamophobia and like fears, like post 9/11 fears, because Dubai Ports World, which became DP World, had bought some shares of American ports, and there became this kind of nationalist outrage that we cannot have Dubai Ports World, this Arab Gulf country, controlling our ports. That is a threat to our sovereignty. Fox News went ballistic. Chuck Schumer went ballistic. Hillary Clinton called it out, and it became such a big deal that Dubai Ports World pulled out of the deal. They then, in response to that, sent Yusuf Al-Otaiba over to Washington to like fix things and say, like, this can never happen again. Like, we need a serious, like, American lobbying presence so that we never get smacked in the face like this again, caught flat-footed. So here we are almost 20 years later, they've kind of conquered ports all over the world, not from the like Al-Qaeda perspective at all. Quite the opposite, linking up with Israel. So quite a bookend to that that kind of brief kind of nationalist fury we had 20 years ago.
You mentioned Hillary Clinton there, and of course, what we understand now is that the Clintons have agreed that they're going to give testimony in the Epstein matter.
Late last night, President Trump reposted an election conspiracy. Moments ago, the president deleted this post with this image. A senior White House official tells CNN a White House staffer erroneously made the post. It has been taken down. Now, that was after Republican Senator Tim Scott, the only Black Republican senator, responded to the video on social media, writing, quote, "Praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it." Now, it does seem like the president or somebody in the White House listened because, as we said moments ago, it was deleted from the president's handle on his social media platform. Now, it's worth noting, Senator Scott is usually a very close and is a close Trump ally. He also get GOP senators elected and reelected this November. I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters here. Elena, I want to go to you first because you've been doing reporting on this, and just give some context about the time of day, this time of night this was. The White House is now, and this is just developing like in the last few minutes, the White House is now saying, just to underscore that was your reporting, that it was a staffer who did this. This was part of a series of posts and reposts from this president last night. And I just want to know from you, is this something that a staffer does at 11:30 or midnight on a typical day, or is it usually the president himself?
Yeah, it's hard to buy, to be honest, because 11:44 p.m. is when this was initially reposted by the president in a series of other posts, as you pointed out, Dana. Typically, very few people actually have access to the president's Truth social account. A lot of the times they'll write him statements and then they'll bring them, to example, to Dan Scavino, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, and he's the one who will then go on and post it. So just so you know how it typically works with these truths. So that seems kind of far-fetched. The other thing I would remind you is that we did see a statement from Caroline Leavitt.
Let me put that up. Let me put that up. So this is before somebody at the White House took that down after Tim Scott put out the statement that he did. This is Caroline Leavitt. This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop reporting the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public.
I was very surprised when I saw that statement, honestly, because if you actually look at the post, what I would have assumed, just knowing this White House and covering them as long as I have, I would have assumed that they would have claimed it was at the very end that clip showed of the Obamas, that they would have tried to say he didn't see it and try to discount it that way. That post almost seemed like they were owning up to it and saying, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, trying to dismiss the outrage. The other thing I want to say, too, is you mentioned, what we heard from Tim Scott this morning. He is one of the president's closest allies. He talks to President Trump all the time, very regularly, multiple times a week. So what he said, I wouldn't be surprised if he had called him. I did talk to some of my sources on Capitol Hill, one of them telling me that Republican lawmakers were calling the president to handle it. So this clearly became much bigger this morning, particularly around all of the criticism that came out from his strongest allies.
And Zolan, you also cover the White House. I want to add, we talked about Tim Scott, which was pretty fast and very, very strong, calling it racist. This is from Roger Wicker, who is also a Republican senator, senior Republican senator, who said on social media, "This is totally unacceptable. The president should take it down and apologize." We haven't heard apologize. Pete Ricketts, another Republican senator, "Even if this was a Lion King meme, a reasonable person sees the racist context to this. The White House should do what anyone does when they make a mistake, remove this and apologize." So remove it, yes. Apologize, not yet.
Remove it eventually, right? I mean, when this was really coming into the spotlight this morning, as you saw, you had Caroline Leavitt's statement there kind of belittling this as fake outrage. And they didn't initially, delete it when they were faced with immediate questions. Yes, they have now. And talking to historians and just other people reacting to this post, you do hear people saying that those with common sense would see this as a racist trope, right? That it channels the minstrel depictions that you would see from slave traders and segregationists that sought to dehumanize Black Americans, particularly prominent Black Americans as well, to see them as inhuman, right? And I think that's why you're seeing this outrage, including cracks in a Republican base, Republican members of Congress that seldom criticize this White House. It's also just worth saying, this is definitely something that has seemed to provoke criticism we don't usually see. But the president does have a history of posting and saying derogatory things about people of color, of immigrants. It wasn't too long ago, he went on a xenophobic tirade against Somalis as well, and Somali Americans. During the campaign, we remember the comments, the false comments about Haitians eating pets as well, that I know prompted a lot of fear in that community. So, you know, this is a president also whose political rise came about from questioning the citizenship of the former president as well. So, you know, you've seen that the standards have almost been lowered to the point where you can see these kind of posts, and a White House that thinks they can also talk their way out of it and say it was, you know, a staffer that posted it. But there's been a sort of trend of how we got to this point as well.
There was also that just when you were running through some of the past times we've seen, you know, the president posts things like this. Remember, I mean, and they still post this, the White House, the sombreros on Hakeem Jeffries, obviously a black man, and Chuck Schumer. And they've continued to lean into that. So I just wanted to add to that because that's not something they've run away from it like they have in this case.
And I just want to underscore, because there's a lot coming at you at home, what Elena reported at the top, which is that her sources have been telling you, that Republican lawmakers called Trump directly about this. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, we saw another member, Mike Lawler, who's in a tough re-election battle for his district in New York State, also do the and apologize, as you're saying. So it's interesting to hear a lot of Republicans using that word. They're seeking an apology as well, or believe Donald Trump or the White House should offer one. When stuff like this happens, there's all this, you know, was there a strategy behind this? Was he doing? And it just feels all ridiculous to me. Like, it's a blatant racist trope. I mean, that's just a fact. Mm-hmm. It's a blatant racist trope on the social media feed of the President of the United States of America. It doesn't belong anywhere. It certainly doesn't belong on a social media feed of the President of the United States of America. And so the White House press secretary can bemoan fake outrage, which clearly it seemed like she didn't understand where she was not reading the room correctly, like didn't understand where this was going and how quickly the White House was going to take it down. Because to your point, I don't think she would have offered that statement if she thought this is where it was going to be a couple of hours later. But it is so clearly unacceptable. And then you wonder and think, does Donald Trump, is he reading the room right? Has he lost, because what you're saying of all these cracks and Republicans calling and saying, and really quickly, much more quickly than we normally see, I take away this, I think he has lost a bit of the assuredness, political footing beneath his feet right now. He is at the political low point of his term right now. We are months away from a midterm election. We know how nervous Republicans are. And I think that speaks to the speed in which something this blatantly wrong gets called out from his own party as wrong.
Donald Trump just signed a major economic policy document that could noon Friday, February 6th, 2026. Trump signed an executive order establishing new tariff policies affecting countries with certain trade relationships. The White House released documentation 18 hours ago, indicating a significant shift in economic strategy. According to official sources, the order implements potential 25% import duties on nations maintaining specific commercial ties. This represents one of the most comprehensive trade policy changes in recent American history. Here's what makes this particularly noteworthy. Within hours of Trump's signature, Britain repositioned 6 advanced aircraft from their home base to a Mediterranean location. UK Defense Journal confirmed this movement 5 hours ago through publicly available flight information. These aircraft, F-35B variants known for their advanced capabilities, traveled approximately 6 hours to reach their new position. British officials stated to reporters that this deployment relates to regional developments rather than existing operations. The timing suggests coordination between Washington and London on broader strategic planning. When major powers simultaneously implement economic measures and adjust military positioning, markets and analysts take notice. The executive order goes beyond typical trade policy. It potentially affects relationships with multiple major economies, including some of America's largest trading partners. Any nation maintaining certain commercial activities now faces possible automatic tariff implementation. Consider the scale. Several countries currently engage in substantial trade volumes that could trigger these new measures. Energy imports alone represent billions in annual transactions. Add manufactured goods and agricultural products, and the numbers become quite significant. Trump's Commerce Department and State Department have 7 days to compile relevant data. Then implementation procedures begin automatically based on predetermined criteria. The process involves minimal discretionary judgment once triggered. Meanwhile, diplomatic discussions continue. Foreign minister representatives have stated their positions on various policy matters. These statements indicate that negotiating positions remain quite far apart on several key issues. Next week's scheduled meetings will test whether common ground exists. Based on public statements from all sides, substantial gaps remain regarding fundamental policy questions. The tariff measures take effect Wednesday, February 11th. That timeline gives affected parties exactly 4 days to assess options and potentially adjust their trade relationships. 4 days represents a remarkably compressed decision-making window for complex international commerce. Major economies are unlikely to restructure entire supply chains in such limited time. Energy sector contracts, shipping arrangements, and financial settlements typically require months to modify. Expecting rapid changes seems unrealistic, given commercial realities. So Wednesday arrives with tariff implementation likely proceeding as planned. Various nations will respond according to their economic interests and strategic priorities. Some may adjust trade patterns. Others may accept tariff costs as acceptable given alternative considerations. Economic analysts are modeling various scenarios. If tariffs proceed without major trading partner concessions, the policy achieves limited immediate impact while creating longer-term friction. If certain nations do reduce specific trade relationships, that represents policy success, but also economic complexity. Britain's aircraft repositioning adds another dimension to these developments. The Mediterranean location now hosts an increased presence of various military platforms. Analysts note this represents the largest such concentration at that facility in over a decade. Official explanations emphasize defensive and protective purposes. The stated mission involves safeguarding existing infrastructure and regional interests should broader situations develop. This framing suggests contingency planning rather than immediate action. However, positioning advanced capabilities in that specific location does provide various operational options should circumstances change. Military planners rarely deploy high-value assets without considering multiple potential scenarios. Financial markets are responding to these developments. Cryptocurrency values have declined significantly. Bitcoin currently trades around $70,000 after previously reaching much higher levels. Traditional commodities show increased volatility. Equity markets demonstrate nervousness about potential economic disruption. These market movements reflect investor uncertainty about how trade policy changes and military positioning might affect global commerce and regional stability. When governments implement major policy shifts simultaneously across economic and security domains, markets typically react with caution. The next several days will be quite telling. Wednesday's tariff implementation represents a concrete deadline. Next week's diplomatic meetings offer a final, scheduled opportunity for negotiated outcomes, and military positioning continues evolving in response to changing circumstances. All of these elements are converging during a remarkably compressed timeline. The speed of developments suggests that major decisions are approaching rather than remaining distant possibilities. Let's examine the specific mechanisms of Trump's executive order and why it creates particular economic dynamics. The order invokes long-standing emergency declarations, first established in 1995 and renewed annually since. These declarations provide executive authority to implement certain trade measures without requiring additional legislative approval. Under the order's framework, Commerce Secretary identifies relevant trade relationships. State Department then develops implementation approaches, rates, scope, specific products. Presidential authority makes final determinations. The documentation includes important language. The president may modify the order if circumstances change in response to economic factors, or if affected parties take significant steps to address the underlying concerns. This language indicates flexibility exists theoretically. However, practical implementation suggests modifications require substantial policy shifts from affected nations. Minor adjustments likely prove insufficient to trigger order modifications. Various countries maintain significant commercial relationships that could fall under these new measures. Energy trade alone represents massive economic value. Add other sectors, and the totals become quite substantial. China purchases approximately 1.5 million barrels daily of certain energy products. India imports over 500,000 barrels. Turkey's overall trade in affected categories exceeded $5.7 billion in 2024. All these transactions now potentially face 25% additional costs when those products enter American markets. That represents meaningful economic pressure on businesses and governments throughout these supply chains. The question becomes, Whether such pressure produces desired policy changes or simply creates economic friction without achieving strategic objectives. Historical evidence suggests economic measures sometimes succeed and sometimes fail, depending on numerous variables. Britain's aircraft deployment occurs against this economic policy backdrop. The 6 F-35B platforms departed their home base accompanied by 2 large refueling aircraft. Total flight time approximately 6 hours to reach the Mediterranean facility. The timing appears deliberate. Britain waited until after Trump's signature before initiating this deployment. That sequencing suggests coordinated planning between allied governments. Independent actions typically don't align so precisely. The F-35B variant offers specific capabilities relevant to various scenarios. Its short takeoff and vertical landing design significant information gathering and sharing capabilities. Official British statements emphasize protective missions focused on safeguarding existing installations. However, modern military platforms typically possess multiple operational capabilities. Defensive systems can often transition to other mission profiles as circumstances require. The facility's location provides options for various contingencies. Positioned within operational range of numerous regional points of interest, these platforms could support different scenarios depending on how situations develop. Media reporting indicates the facility now contains 10 aircraft of one type, 6 of the advanced variant, and 2 support platforms. This represents the most significant concentration of such capabilities at that location in many years. Beyond aircraft, there are reports of increased cargo transport activity. American heavy lift flights into various regional facilities have increased noticeably over recent days. Jordan, certain Gulf states, and other locations are receiving enhanced logistics activity. Large transport aircraft movements typically indicate equipment and supply positioning. Such activity doesn't occur for routine purposes. It suggests preparation for sustained operations or contingencies requiring substantial material support. Multiple specialized communication platforms have deployed to regional locations. During previous periods of heightened activity, America had 1 such aircraft in theater. Current reports indicate 3 are now positioned regionally. These communication platforms serve critical functions, coordinating complex operations across multiple locations and domains. Increasing their numbers suggests planning for more demanding operational environments. Financial markets continue processing these developments. The convergence of economic policy implementation, military positioning, and diplomatic schedule compression creates unusual uncertainty. Markets generally dislike uncertainty and respond through increased volatility and risk reduction. Specific dates now drive market attention. Wednesday, February 11th for tariff implementation. Next week for diplomatic meetings. Mid-February timeframes that analysts are monitoring based on various indicator patterns. When concrete deadlines approach, while policy gaps remain wide and military postures shift noticeably, markets rationally price an elevated risk. That risk pricing manifests through asset value adjustments, volatility spikes, and defensive positioning. The coming days will clarify whether current trajectories continue or whether circumstances produce different outcomes than current trends suggest. So here's what analysts expect during the next 2 weeks based on current indicators. Next week's diplomatic meetings will test whether negotiating positions can find common ground. Public statements from various parties indicate substantial implementation creates its own dynamic. Major trading nations face decisions about whether maintaining certain commercial relationships justifies accepting additional costs on their American-bound exports. Economic analysis suggests most affected parties will likely continue existing trade patterns despite tariff additions. Restructuring supply chains requires significant time and investment. Alternative sources may not exist at necessary scale or acceptable pricing. If tariffs proceed without major behavioral changes from targeted nations, that creates political dynamics requiring further policy responses. British military positioning continues developing. The Mediterranean facility now hosts capabilities that provide various operational options. Official statements emphasize protective missions, but capability presence itself creates options, regardless of stated intentions. Israeli leadership has expressed strong views on regional policy matters. Reports indicate upcoming discussions between Israeli and American officials where these topics will receive detailed attention. Different parties bring different perspectives on optimal approaches to shared concerns. When allies have diverging preferences on timing and methods for addressing common challenges, that creates diplomatic complexity. Resolving such differences requires balancing various interests and priorities. American military positioning reflects preparation for multiple possible scenarios. The cargo transport surge, communication platform deployment, and naval presence all indicate readiness for complex contingencies. Such preparation doesn't necessarily mean specific actions are imminent. It does mean that if circumstances require responses, capabilities will be positioned to provide options. Markets are pricing elevated risk into various asset classes. Energy sector volatility reflects concerns about potential supply disruptions. Global equity markets show nervousness about broader economic impacts. Commodity prices demonstrate unusual patterns, consistent with uncertainty about future conditions. When markets demonstrate such clear signals, that reflects collective assessment from millions of participants analyzing available information. Market behavior provides useful data about how professional investors and traders view probabilities. Current pricing suggests markets assign meaningful probability to scenarios involving significant disruption. Whether that disruption manifests through economic channels, regional developments, or both remains unclear. The convergence of multiple timelines creates compressed decision-making windows. Tariff implementation, Wednesday, diplomatic meetings next week, military positioning ongoing, financial markets responding continuously. Historical patterns suggest that when multiple significant developments occur simultaneously across economic, diplomatic, and security domains, the situation often reaches inflection points where major decisions become necessary. Those inflection points can resolve through negotiated outcomes, through unilateral actions by various parties, or through events that change the underlying situation. Predicting which path situations will follow requires assessing numerous variables and probabilities. Current indicators suggest diplomatic resolution faces significant challenges given the gaps between stated positions. Economic measures may produce effects, but perhaps not quickly enough to bridge those diplomatic gaps within available timeframes. Military positioning provides governments with options should they determine circumstances require responses. Whether those options get exercised depends on decisions that remain unmade. The next 10 to 14 days will likely prove quite consequential. Multiple timelines converge. Various parties face decisions with significant implications. Markets are watching closely and pricing in elevated uncertainty. For observers trying to understand these developments, focus on concrete indicators rather than rhetoric. Watch what nations do with military positioning. Monitor whether tariff implementations proceed as scheduled. Track diplomatic meeting outcomes. Those concrete actions and outcomes will reveal more than public statements about intentions and preferences. In complex situations involving major powers, actions speak more clearly than words. The situation remains fluid. Outcomes aren't predetermined, but current trajectories suggest that significant developments are approaching rather than remaining distant possibilities. How those developments unfold will depend on decisions that leaders make during this compressed timeline, and those decisions will likely become clear quite soon.
We all know it all. The mysterious banker who managed money of billionaires that didn't even exist, while trafficking girls to and from a private island in the Caribbean, at the same time as he hosted some of the world's most famous politicians, businessmen, intellectuals, and celebrities as house guests. He had acted completely alone. It was all an unfortunate coincidence and nothing more. Unless we look at the mountain of indications that he was a key link in an intelligence network that blackmailed the world's most powerful people on behalf of a small but influential country in the Middle East. What sounds like a laughable conspiracy theory becomes very serious if you dig deep into Epstein's life. His mysterious fortune, unexplainable immunity from prosecution, leaked emails and victim statements that paint a very clear picture. While our government pretends there are no questions to answer, their silence doesn't make them go away. It only makes the questions grow louder. So to answer to President Trump,
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
yes, we still talk about Jeffrey Epstein.
I believe that he was a Mossad access agent. It makes perfect sense to me.
It became basically an intelligence operation to entrap different politicians around.
I think it's more about protecting the Israelis, actually.
I never had the privilege of going to his island.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis?
In order to understand how Jeffrey Epstein was created, we have to go back, long before the island, before his wealth, before the flight logs, before the world knew his name, and the unpleasant fact that he had an egg-shaped penis. back to the very beginning and look closely at the people, the money, and the intelligence machinery that built him. Jeffrey Epstein was born in Brooklyn in 1953 to a working-class Jewish family. As a gifted math prodigy, he dropped out of college in 1974, but somehow landed a teaching job at one of New York's most elite private schools. Despite having no degree and no formal teaching credentials, Epstein was hired to teach math and physics at the Dalton School, a pipeline for Manhattan's wealthiest families. The headmaster who hired him after a brief meeting was Donald Barr, a former OSS intelligence officer, the precursor to the CIA. Donald Barr was also a novelist. His 1973 science fiction book, Space Relations, describes an interplanetary society ruled by ultra-wealthy oligarchs who get corrupted by their power and their wealth to the point where they're basically insane and extremely perverted. And they spend most of their time breeding young slaves and kidnapping teenage girls from around the universe to bring them home and use them as sex slaves. A disturbing narrative that, in hindsight, feels eerily prophetic. Decades later, Donald's son, William Barr, would become U.S. Attorney General under President Donald Trump and oversee the Department of Justice during Epstein's death in federal custody in 2019. The official ruling under his DOJ was suicide, a conclusion that met with widespread skepticism. Dalton was Epstein's first network node, the elite social lattice that gave him proximity to New York's money class and the world of hidden influence. And it was the first of many anomalies, how a college dropout at the age of 21 lands a teaching job at one of the most elite private schools. Eventually, Epstein became acquainted with Alan Greenberg, the legendary CEO of Bear Stearns, whose son and daughter were attending the school. In June 1976, after Epstein was dismissed from Dalton for poor performance, Greenberg offered him a job at Bear Stearns. He was known for hiring people he called PSD candidates, poor, smart, and desperate. Epstein fit the description perfectly. He left academia behind and joined Wall Street, quickly developing a reputation not merely as an investment manager, but as a financial problem solver for the ultra-connected. He became what insiders described as a fixer, someone who could move money quietly, manage offshore accounts, and make legal or financial problems disappear. His value lay in access and discretion, the twin currencies of the shadow elite. Once inside the bank, Epstein's rise was inexplicably fast. He shot from a junior assistant to limited partner in just 4 years, an almost unheard of ascent for someone with no degree and no formal background in finance. Then just as quickly, his career imploded. In 1981, a scandal broke. The SEC opened an investigation regarding insider trading at Bear Stearns, and he resigned under the pretense of policy violations. Yet, by then, he had already mastered what mattered most: how to move money unseen and how to walk away untouched. He then founded Intercontinental Assets Group in 1981, a financial recovery consultancy. His first major client was none other than Adnan Khashoggi, who at that time was the world's most famous arms broker and a key intermediary between the U.S., Israel, and Saudi Arabia in covert weapons sales. During the Reagan years, the United States secretly sold weapons through Israel to Iran and funneled the profits to the Nicaraguan Contras, disguising the entire operation through a maze of offshore fronts. When Congress later investigated the scandal, these financial infrastructures were dismantled. A covert banking network of intelligence agencies and their billionaire allies, forming a black market economy, money that serves state objectives but exists entirely outside official accounting. Even though there is no public evidence proving that Jeffrey Epstein directly participated in Iran-Contra arms deals, his science and timing place him on the periphery of that same covert finance ecosystem. Epstein enters this world at the exact moment the network needed deniable financiers. Some journalists and researchers argue that similar offshore networks that laundered weapons money in the 80s were later used for blackmail and influence operations. According to them, Epstein didn't invent that system. He inherited it. This is a second very strange anomaly. How a 28-year-old college dropout with no military, political, or intelligence background gets Adnan Khashoggi, the world's most famous arms broker, as a client, and orbiting in the Middle Eastern arms trade circuit, one of the most secretive and government-controlled markets on Earth. For some reasons, when investigators later looked at Epstein's fortune, his ties to Khashoggi's arms finance ecosystem were completely ignored. The British arms dealer Douglas Leese, who introduced Epstein to Khashoggi, now introduced him to Stephen Hoffenberg in 1987 as a brilliant but morally flexible financier. The guy's a genius. He's great at selling securities, and he has no moral compass. Epstein worked for Hoffenberg's. The Wall Street firm was later exposed as a $460 million Ponzi scheme. Roughly $100 million was siphoned offshore that were never recovered. It is speculated that Epstein moved that money through the same offshore channels used by intelligence-linked financiers and arms dealers to shield it from authorities and investors. Then, Epstein secretly cooperated with U.S. prosecutors and investigators during the Towers investigation, providing at least 3 interviews that implicated Hoffenberg and others. This cooperation likely explains why Epstein avoided charges despite being described as the scheme's mastermind by Hoffenberg and prosecutors. Sources indicate the case against Epstein would have been far worse had it gone to trial, but his assistants shielded him. After Tower collapsed and Hoffenberg went to prison for 18 years, Epstein was never charged and emerged wealthier and more connected than ever. Did Epstein prove his value as a fixer to powerful interests? And was that one of the reasons why he became effectively immune from law enforcement scrutiny afterward? Up until this point, Epstein's life reads less like a resume and more like a series of glitches in the Matrix. Every stage of his ascent defies normal logic. From college dropout to elite Manhattan teacher, to one of the most prestigious investment banks in the world. Within 4 years, he experiences a rocket rise to limited partner, then gets caught in the blast radius of an SEC insider trading investigation, and somehow walks away with no charges, while others aren't so lucky. Then he resurfaces at Towers Financial, one of the largest Ponzi schemes in American history. And again, when the whole operation collapses, Epstein walks away unharmed. Around the same time, he begins working with arms dealers connected to the CIA and Mossad, acquires a fake passport, and moves through the Middle East like a man with invisible clearance. At every turn, he falls upward. At every scandal, the trapdoor opens beneath him, and he lands on a cushioned platform. At every crime, someone else takes the fall. No normal person has a life trajectory like this. But that was just the beginning. During this time in the 1980s, Epstein was also introduced to the British media mogul Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's future partner and recruiter. Robert Maxwell was a Czech-born British media tycoon, the powerful owner of Mirror Group newspapers, and a man with deep political connections across the Western world. Former Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben-Menashe has long claimed that Maxwell had served Mossad, assisting in arms deals and in the Promise software, a powerful U.S.-developed database system originally designed for law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Working in cooperation with Israeli intelligence, Maxwell helped distribute a modified version of the software to foreign governments, including Iran, one embedded with a secret backdoor that allowed Mossad to spy on its users worldwide. By the early 1990s, Maxwell's empire was collapsing under the weight of illusion of sins from the Mirror Group's employee pension funds, a crime that would only come to light after his death. On November 5th, 1991, Maxwell was found dead, floating beside his yacht, Lady Ghislaine, off the Canary Islands. Officially ruled an accident, Some speculate that he allegedly demanded hundreds of millions from Mossad to fill the gap and threatened to expose secrets if refused. Yet this theory remains unproven speculation. UK government files, declassified in 2021, describe Maxwell as a suspected spy with possible links to MI6, KGB, and Mossad. A CIA assessment, reported in 1992 and later via the Freedom of Information Act, concluded he cooperated informally with Israeli intelligence. Officially, according to Mossad, Robert Maxwell obviously did not work for Mossad. But picture this. After his death, Maxwell received a state funeral in Israel and was buried with full honors on the Mount of Olives, a resting place usually reserved for Israel's national heroes, an unprecedented privilege for a non-Israeli citizen. The state funeral was attended by 6 current and former heads of Mossad. Then Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir and former Prime Minister Shimon Peres both said at the ceremony that this man has done more for the state of Israel than can now be told. You don't get this kind of state funeral for publishing newspapers. According to Ben Menash, it was Robert Maxwell who introduced Epstein and Ghislaine in the 1980s, placing them together for what he described as an Israeli honey trap operation, a sexual blackmail network meant to compromise powerful foreign figures. Officially, however, Epstein and Ghislaine's relationship began years later, after Robert Maxwell's death in 1991. Public accounts, corroborated by social and press records, show that Ghislaine moved to New York in 1992, devastated by her father's sudden death and the collapse of his business empire. It was there, within Manhattan's elite social scene, that she was formally introduced to Epstein, and the two soon became inseparable. In the mid-1980s, Epstein was also introduced to Leslie Wexner through mutual contacts in high finance. And Wexner can't be described as anything but a very strange man. He described himself as being driven by a dybbuk, a demon of compulsion that pushed him to accumulate money, power, and control without end. I feel possessed by a demon that drives me to make money. He micromanaged everything, built an isolated mansion with secret passages, and bought up surrounding properties so no one could live near him. Friends and colleagues said he was emotionally distant, spiritually unsettled, and impossible to truly know. Stephen Hoffenberg later claimed that he helped connect Epstein to Wexner as part of a fundraising effort for Wexner's expansion of The Limited and its spin-off, Victoria's Secret. The nature of their relationship is still a mystery because it's very hard to draw a logical story. Just a few years after the two met, Wexner granted Epstein power of attorney, effectively giving him legal control over his finances, property, and signatures. An extraordinary level of trust rarely seen outside family relationships. Several of Les Wexner's employees warned him that Jeffrey Epstein was bringing underage girls to his New Albany estate and abusing them on the property. Security staff and household workers reported the behavior directly to Wexner's office, describing suspicious auditions and massages. Despite these warnings, Wexner took no action. Epstein kept full access to the estate, retained power of attorney, and continued managing Wexner's finances. Wexner even gifted Epstein his East 71st Street townhouse, a lavish mansion that became the central hub for Epstein's trafficking and influence operation, equipped with hidden cameras, private rooms, and a guest list that mixed billionaires, royals, and scientists. Les Wexner's vast philanthropic empire revolved around Jewish education and staunchly pro-Israel causes. At its heart was an elite leadership study group that overlapped heavily with what journalists later dubbed the Mega Group, a tight-knit circle of Jewish billionaires who poured hundreds of millions into pro-Israel advocacy and maintained unusually close ties to both American and Israeli intelligence figures. The Mega Group was co-founded in 1991 by Les Wexner and Charles Bronfman, a Canadian liquor heir and longtime business partner of Robert Maxwell. He helped launch the group that would become infamous for quietly coordinating massive political donations on behalf of Israel. Membership was invitation only and staggeringly wealthy. Among the members were Steven Spielberg, hedge fund titan Michael Steinhardt, and cosmetics mogul Ronald Lauder, president of the World Jewish Congress, who has been one of Benjamin Netanyahu's biggest finds to his Likud party over the years. Lauder was a longtime friend and associate of Alan Greenberg. Even though not a formal member, Greenberg orbited in the same circle, viewed his philanthropy as a Jewish tax, and dedicated roughly half of his charitable to support Israeli causes. In 2008, Wexner appeared alongside George W. Bush at Israel's 60th anniversary celebration, symbolic of the high-level access Epstein's orbit provided. Long before the world learned that Epstein was a sex trafficker, his social circle had an obsession with very young women, and they treated it as a joke, not a warning. Donald Trump remarked in 2002, "Jeffrey likes beautiful women as much as I do. Many of them are on the younger side." Woody Allen once joked in a birthday card that Epstein was a vampire, with a harem of young female vampires roaming his mansion. Scientists who visited his island said he would interrupt intellectual discussions with lines like, "What does that have to do with pussy?" His fixation on youth was open, obvious, and woven into his public persona. In 2002, when Vanity Fair journalist Vicky Ward began investigating Epstein for what was meant to be a glossy, semi-critical profile, two sisters came forward and stated that Epstein had sexually assaulted them in the 1990s, one of them underage at the time. In late August 1996, the older sister Maria filed a formal complaint with the New York Police Department detailing the groping and explicit images of minors she had seen in Epstein's safe. The NYPD took a report on, but declined to investigate the assault due to lack of jurisdiction, instead referring Maria to the FBI and providing their contact number. Maria called the FBI's New York field office at least twice that year. During one call, she spoke with an agent for about 30 minutes, describing Epstein's scheme and Maxwell's role in procuring girls, but received no clear next steps and was told she'd need to contact authorities in Ohio or New Mexico herself, where the assault had taken place, which she attempted, but with no progress. On another call, an agent abruptly hung up mid-sentence with no follow-up. The FBI never acknowledged her reports at the time and opened no investigation, allowing Epstein's abuse to continue unchecked for nearly a decade. Maria stated in later interviews that Epstein's entire network was run by Jewish supremacists and that the operation was led by the mega group. They would call us goyim and say we were cattle. It was all about superiority. Epstein and Maxwell would laugh about how easy it was to control the goyim with this operation. It was all run by a bunch of Jewish supremacists. They would say horrific things about Gentiles. It was all about Zionism and blackmail. They wanted control. Epstein then began showing up at the Vanity Fair office, lobbying aggressively to have the allegations removed, and then things turned sinister. The magazine's editor, Graydon Carter, found a bullet in the severed head of a dead cat placed on the steps outside his home. Ward became so frightened, she hired private security to guard her premature newborn babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, fearing Epstein might retaliate against them. When the article finally ran, all allegations of sexual abuse were deleted. Once again, Epstein won. And a decade later, we would discover that the sisters' accusations were only a tiny glimpse of the real operation. In March of 2005, an anonymous woman contacts the Palm Beach Police Department and claims that her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been paid to strip and massage Epstein. As it turned out, Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach mansion operated as a systematic hub for sexual abuse, where Ghislaine Maxwell served as the primary recruiter and handler. She targeted vulnerable girls with promises of massage work at the property, typically aged 13 to 17. Victims were encouraged to bring friends, forming a pyramid-like structure of exploitation. Police investigations later uncovered hundreds of nude photos and phone records connecting dozens of girls to the house. The local police spent over a year building a case on him, completely undercover. Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Rader pursued it aggressively as a major sex crime case, with detectives identifying over 30 victims. Evidence was robust. Victim statements describing intimidation and grooming tactics, detailed cash payments, physical items seized from the mansion, and corroborating accounts from household employees. But just as local authorities prepared to indict Epstein, the case was abruptly taken away from them and transferred to federal jurisdiction under the FBI. A Florida grand jury, overseen by a special prosecutor, only heard from 2 of the many known victims, both minors, and still returned a single charge of adult pandering, even though nearly every identified victim was underage. Ryder, frustrated, appealed directly to the Department of Justice, but his requests for support were met with silence. Behind the scenes, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta was secretly negotiating a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein's powerful legal team, including Alan Dershowitz and Ken Starr. The deal, sealed from public view, violated federal law in form of the Crime Victims' Rights Act by keeping the victims uninformed and unable to contest it. It granted Epstein immunity from federal prosecution and extended blanket immunity to all of his co-conspirators, both named and unnamed. A 2007 email from Assistant U.S. Attorney Villafana to Epstein's defense lawyers states, "I would prefer not to highlight for the judge all of the crimes and all of the other persons that we could charge." This demonstrates intent to minimize disclosure to the judge during sentencing to avoid scrutiny, aligning with efforts to keep the plea deal quiet. Only 2 people in the U.S. government could have authorized a federal prosecutor like Acosta to stand down: the Attorney General at the time, Alberto Gonzales, or the President George W. Bush. Investigative journalist Vicky Ward reported in July 2019 that a former senior White House official recounted that Acosta said during his 2017 Trump transition vetting for Labor Secretary that he was told that Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. That's what Alex Acosta said in response.
So there has been reportings in this case, not just now, but over the years. And again, I would hesitate to take this reporting as fact. This was a case that was brought by our office. It was brought based on the facts. And I look at that reporting and others. I can't address it directly because of our guidelines. But I can tell you that a lot of reporting is just going down rabbit holes. A few more questions.
That is not a denial. If he wasn't told that Epstein belonged to intelligence, why wouldn't he simply say no? He later testified under oath that he had no knowledge that Epstein was an intelligence asset. This, however, is a question of legal terms. Having knowledge is vague to the extent if he has direct knowledge or circumstantial knowledge are heard from someone else. Telling you is not knowledge. If someone tells you that he committed a crime, and you're asked if you had knowledge that he committed a crime, your lawyers will most likely tell you to answer no. The negotiations led to the lenient 2007 sweetheart deal. Epstein pleaded guilty only to minor state charges of solicitation of prostitution with a minor. He served just 13 months in county jail with an entire private wing for himself. After about 3.5 months, Epstein was permitted to leave the facility for up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, under the guise of work release. This deal is by all potential standards a joke. From over 30 underage victims, documented interstate trafficking, which would be a potential life sentence, to a plea framing the crimes as involving 2 prostitutes, not trafficking victims. Victims were still kept in the dark, still in violation of federal law, as the agreement was negotiated secretly. Granting immunity to all potential co-conspirators, including Maxwell and unnamed others, makes it even more baffling. For the following 10 years, Epstein was a free man. After a minor setback, the operation continued. But then came the downfall that set off an avalanche that brought Epstein's crimes to the attention of the general public. And the real truth behind Epstein became increasingly clear.
Billionaire Jeffrey Epstein has been arrested on new sex trafficking charges. A source tells CBS 4 federal agents took him into custody yesterday at a New Jersey airport.
In July 2019, federal agents arrested Epstein on sex trafficking charges. The Manhattan townhouse yielded thousands of explicit photos, including apparent minors, hidden safe with cash and diamonds, and a fake Austrian passport under a pseudonym listing a Saudi address. His lawyers argued he carried it due to fear of anti-Semitic attacks. One of the driving forces for the arrest was one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Giuffre. She was a major catalyst for other Epstein victims to come forward, speak publicly, and file lawsuits. Her actions created a domino effect that empowered dozens of survivors. Virginia Giuffre publicly stated that she would never commit suicide. In a 2019 tweet, she wrote, "I am making it publicly known that in no way, shape, or form am I suicidal," adding that too many evil people want to see me quieted, and urging people to hold others accountable if anything happened to her. In 2025, months before the release of her personal memoirs, she died in Western Australia on April the 25th, 2025, at the age of 41. The official cause, suicide. That's what her father says about it.
It's impossible. And then for them to say that she committed suicide, there's no way that she did. Somebody got to her.
A lot of people evidently had good reasons to get her finally silenced. In her, she described how Maxwell trafficked her at the age of 17 to Andrew for sex in London, New York, and on Epstein's Little St. James Island. She recalls Andrew's sweaty demeanor during the London incident and his insistence on photos, famously with Maxwell, joking her mother would never forgive her for not posing. In a BBC interview, Prince Andrew dismissed these claims with the argument that he wasn't able to sweat due to a medical condition at the time, and admitted that his overall judgment of Epstein was colored by his tendency to be too honorable. We should feel really sorry for that guy. Despite being completely innocent, he was expelled from the British royal family and lost his royal titles, honors, and privileges. Giuffre also writes that she first met a prime minister on Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands sometime in 2002 when she was just 18. She was ordered to escort him to a cabana, but the man made it clear as soon as they were alone that he wanted violence. She describes perverse brutality of the worst kind, leaving the cabana bleeding from all 3 orifices. She immediately rushed to Epstein and begged him on her knees not to send her back to the prime minister. Epstein answered coldly, "You'll get that sometimes." The unnamed prime minister most likely refers to Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister and ex-intelligence chief. He visited Epstein over 30 times between 2013 and 2017. He was photographed entering the townhouse with young women present, and public filings show roughly $2.3 million in payments from Epstein-linked entities into Barak-connected Israeli tech ventures, including surveillance disciplines. Secretive 2013 and 2016. Epstein acted as a fixer and financier, arranging meetings, advisory boards, and defense tech proposals, while Barak pursued Israeli military and cyber surveillance contracts. They also indicate that Epstein helped him to establish a secret back channel between Israel and Russia during the Syrian civil war. The goal was to coordinate a political transition that would remove Bashar al-Assad while securing Israeli strategic interests. Once again, the revelations portray Epstein as more than a financier, a covert intermediary operating within high-level geopolitical diplomacy. But that's not all. Another groundbreaking revelation is that Yoni Koren, a lieutenant colonel in Israel's military intelligence and longtime senior aide to former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, used Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment as a base during multiple U.S. visits between 2013 and 2015. Epstein's personal calendars, released by the U.S. House Oversight Committee, document 3 stays. During the last 2 visits, Koren had retired from active duty but continued facilitating high-level meetings between U.S. and Israeli officials, including arranging Barak's access to former CIA Director Leon Panetta in a 2015 White House and Pentagon tour. Koren's career included joint covert operations with Mossad and his use of Epstein's property alongside Epstein's role in Israeli security deals and back-channel diplomacy, positions Epstein as a discrete logistical and access asset for Israeli intelligence figures, even if not a formal agent. Koren died in 2023. Barak has not commented on the leaked communications. This brings us to today. And as the story couldn't get any more suspicious, we are convinced of the opposite. Before and in Trump's second term, the administration hyped a review of Epstein files, promising revelations. But what happened afterwards can't be described as anything but a huge cover-up. But let's let the absolutely non-corrupt, law-abiding people in power speak for themselves.
On day one, roll out the black book.
Right. The Epstein black book, like on day one.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. There are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. They're reviewing tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
These files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden,
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats.
In July 2025, a Justice Department memo concluded that no client list existed, no blackmail evidence was found, and Epstein's death was suicide. I think I don't have to highlight the absurdity of this conclusion. So the main question is still unanswered. On whose behalf did Epstein run his blackmail ring? Let's get to the bottom of this. Coming up with conspiracy theories is easy. Connecting several dots and creating a narrative based on these dots is a simple exercise. While many conspiracy theories also turn out not to be true, that we tripped over a thing. What we have to do is responsible conspiracy theorizing. After Operation Mockingbird or Operation MK Ultra, that were large-scale operations with immense magnitude, that are now proven to be true. Not to believe in conspiracies is not just naive, it is an idiocy. Every non-compromised figure with the minimum amount of morality would launch in regards to Epstein, one of the biggest, most transparent investigations in American history. Why does this not happen? Or to put it with the words of J.D. Vance from 2021, what possible interest would the U.S. government have in keeping Epstein's clients secret? A plausible answer is that the intelligence community, domestic and or foreign, compromised most of the figures that could make this decision, either through the Epstein operation or through other intelligence operations we don't even know exist. If we look at the limited information we have about Epstein, it is very evident that this intelligence agency is most likely Mossad. Let's recap. Former Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben-Menashe said Epstein ran a Mossad honeypot operation after being recruited by Mossad spy Robert Maxwell, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's partner in crime. Maxwell's business partner was Charles Bronfman, a co-founder of the Mega Group, an exclusive club of Jewish billionaires funding pro-Israel causes. Co-founder Les Wexner gave Epstein his $77 million Manhattan townhouse, which was used as a central hub of the black ring. Later, only known client and the apparent source of his said his entire network was run by Jewish supremacists who racially abused her, and that the operation was led by the Mega Group. Mega Group member Ronald Lauder is president of the World Jewish Congress and a major donor to Netanyahu's Likud party. Epstein's lawyer and longtime friend, Alan Dershowitz, is a staunch Zionist, author of The Case for Israel, and was even considered to represent Israel at the International Court of Justice. Epstein had multiples with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak in his New York apartment and hosted Israel's military intelligence officer, Yoni Koren, several times. Epstein and Barak were business partners in a tech company, staffed entirely by ex-Israeli intelligence operatives. Barak says he was first introduced to Epstein by ex-Israeli PM Shimon Peres, who also gave the eulogy at Robert Maxwell's funeral. Wexner's foundation paid Barak $2 million in 2004 for undisclosed research. Multiple people over the years, journalists, friends, and business partners, recalled Epstein suggesting or hinting that he worked for an intelligence agency. Based on this, many argue that the pattern is undeniable. Epstein's blackmail operation was an Israeli intelligence asset, backed by powerful Zionist figures with deep ties to the Israeli government. And this video is just the tip of the iceberg. The deeper you go down this rabbit hole, the more complex, stranger, but also unverifiable it gets. If truly innocent, one way to clear Israel's name would be to launch an investigation of biblical proportions. However, with time we can hope that the whole truth will come to light, whatever this truth is. We are all fallible, and because of that, we all need a place in our mind open to the possibility that we are wrong. This goes both ways. Guilt by association or pointing to a single cause, especially with regard to the complex network in which Epstein operated, are potential fallacies that we have to be aware of. Yet at the same time, it is irresponsible to turn a blind eye to very strong links that point to the conclusion that Epstein was an Israeli intelligence asset with significant influence, even long after his death. Fairly ironically, I'll leave this video with a quote from Ben Shapiro. Turning a blind eye to evil, however, doesn't make it disappear. It allows it to grow. And those who allow evil to grow in order to protect their own convenience will be held accountable for the end results of the evil they facilitate.
A classified an explosive allegation now emerging from newly released government files. An undercover according to a government document released last week by the U.S. Justice Department, an undercover FBI informant alleged that Jeffrey Epstein was a co-opted Israeli spy. The informant, identified only as a confidential human source, said their suspicions grew through direct exposure to Epstein's inner circle and communications involving his legal team. The document claims Epstein's attorney, Alan Dershowitz, allegedly told then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and Allied intelligence services. The informant said they monitored phone calls between Epstein and Dershowitz, taking notes as part of their role, and alleged that Israeli intelligence officers later contacted Dershowitz to debrief him. According to the document, Epstein was close to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak and was allegedly trained as a spy under his supervision. The informant also claimed Barak believed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was a criminal, placing Epstein within a wider web of regional and political rivalries. The document further alleges that Dershowitz once said he would be holding a stun gun as a Mossad agent if he were younger, a remark the informant interpreted as ideological alignment. The claims are unverified and include an annotation directing readers to previous reporting, though no specific source is identified in the release. The allegations surface amid a massive disclosure of Epstein-related files, many of which reference powerful political, legal, and financial figures. Epstein was found dead in his New York jail cell in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges, a death officially ruled a suicide. He had previously received a controversial plea deal in 2008, approved by Alex Acosta, allowing him to avoid federal prosecution despite multiple victim allegations. Epstein's victims have long claimed he operated a trafficking network protected by influence, money, and silence. This latest document adds a new and deeply controversial layer to a case that continues to raise questions years after Epstein's death. As Epstein fallout intensifies, tech billionaire Gates regrets every minute spent with him. His ex-wife, Melinda Gates, also breaks her silence after Bill's name surfaced in the Epstein files.
I met Jeffrey in 2011. The focus was always, he knew a lot of very rich people, and he was saying he could get them to give money to global health. You know, in retrospect, that was a dead end, and I was foolish to spend time with him. I was one of many people who regret ever knowing him. No, apparently Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that. It's factually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
Well, let me say this. I think we're having a reckoning as a society, right? No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him. No girl. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages, those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, but I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me. Well, and I am so happy to be away from all the muck.
Times of India videos, your daily dose of India and the world. Global news, different views, and sharp analysis.
Pressure of expectation from your fans, your supporters.
That is often served as a backdrop for several Bollywood.
You're not a brute majority anymore. If you individually take out state, right? Making sense of global conflicts. Tracking the new emerging world order. Strike on Israeli military bases.
A multi-pronged.
To stay out of harm's way as Israel started bombing targets.
Understanding changing alliances in a polarized world. Tune into TOI videos for all this and more. Click on the bell icon to subscribe and never miss an update.
$3 million new Epstein files just dropped, and they reveal a connection no one saw coming. Jeffrey Epstein and the new documents mention Moscow over 10,000 times and Putin over 1,000. We also have a bombshell FBI manager behind Russian President Putin's hidden foe. Let's start with some of the biggest revelations. In April of 2014, Epstein receives a very alarming email. This email comes from the Japanese billionaire and entrepreneur Joey Otto. The email reads, President Obama's response to the Ukraine crisis, while derided by critics as slow and weak, has reinvigorated a 15-year global hunt for the Russian leader's hidden wealth. And then it links the article. On top of this, the email is marked very important, very high urgency, I'm guessing. And then Epstein quickly replies saying, I'm calling you. We don't know what they talked about, but it does hint at something that many people have suspected for a long time. Epstein was responsible for managing the hidden wealth of Vladimir Putin. In fact, we have another piece of evidence that provides more credence to this claim. An FBI report from 2017 contains a similar stunning claim. A confidential human source told the FBI that Jeffrey Epstein was Vladimir Putin's wealth manager. And not just Putin, Epstein allegedly provided similar services to many world leaders, including the Zimbabwe president Robert Mugabe. Anyone powerful who wanted their money hidden, moved, or protected, well, Epstein was their guy. Now, I do need to clarify one thing. This FBI document is what's called a raw leak. It's not verified intelligence. It's information from a confidential source that FBI considered credible enough to document, but not necessarily confirmed. That the FBI assigns weight, they wrote this down for a reason. Now, interestingly enough, we actually have a clip of Epstein being questioned exactly about these services, about advising people that many considered evil and helping them protect their money. Take a listen.
Is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, if instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
You're a mathematician. You're a mathematician. If we walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, that the money was coming from what are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, so I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
If I think if you told them,
if
I told them the devil,
100%.
The devil
himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life. You do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Do
you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Now, as you guys know, anything Epstein related is not usually advertiser friendly on YouTube. That's why if you can just take a second and hit the subscribe button down below, it just helps us fight back against the YouTube algorithm that tries to restrict these videos. Now, let's look at the email trail because we have a lot of emails relating to Epstein and the Kremlin. Based on these new documents, it seems Epstein's Russia connection starts around 2012. And just for some context, in 2012 is when Putin returned to the presidency. You see, from 2008 to 2012, Medvedev was technically the president while Putin served as prime minister, even though most people believe Putin was still the one running things behind the scenes. But when Putin officially came back, he faced the largest protest Russia has ever seen. Hundreds of thousands of Russians took to the street in Moscow and St. Petersburg, demanding a change. That's because these people did not want to go back to the Tsarist time, one per ruling for, decades on. That's why the Russian constitution had a very important clause on it. No one can serve more than 2 terms. But guess what? When Medvedev was technically president, that clause was changed so Putin could run again. This is exactly why when Putin tried coming back, people protested. This is where Epstein enters the picture. He receives this email from Boris Nikolic. This guy is probably friends with Epstein, or maybe he worked for Epstein because right now he's the executor of Epstein's state. So basically he's managing all the money that Epstein left behind. Well, in this email he writes, "We should go to Russia soon. You should meet my friend Ilya Ponomarov. He's the member of the Duma, and he and his girlfriend are the main organizers of the uprising against Putin. The stakes are huge. He might replace Putin and become president himself sooner or later if he does not get killed. It is super dangerous. Any idea how to help him?" Now, whatever they were planning, I'm guessing it didn't work out because Putin consolidated power and won the election. The protest faded away. And this guy, Ilya, well, he had to flee Russia and he's not living there anymore. But the email shows Epstein wasn't just a passive observer. He was being asked to help shape Russian politics at the highest level. By 2013, Epstein's ambitions for Russia had grown even larger. He wasn't just trying to influence politics. He wanted to reinvent the Russian financial system. Epstein sent an email to Thorbjørn Jagland, the former Prime Minister of Norway and former Secretary General of the Council of Europe. In this email, Epstein pitches a grand vision: make Russia the financial capital of the world. He writes, "When Sputnik was announced, the West was caught flat-footed. The same can happen now with Russia taking the lead in finance. Instead of competing with the West for nanotech, copying Silicon Valley, and playing catch-up to Microsoft, Apple, Google, Russia can leapfrog the global community by reinventing the financial system of 21st century." As you know, I helped craft the derivative markets in the States in the 70s. Now, I want to take a quick pause here. This is certainly a lie. Major players in the New York options market from that era say that they had no idea who Epstein was at this time. He likely inflated his credentials constantly, and this is probably part of how he operated. He was just dying. But the point isn't whether his claim is true or not. It was that he was positioning himself as someone who could reshape global finance, and that he was pitching this directly to people with access to Putin. Then we have the Norway's PM respond, "Hi, Jeffrey, all of this is not easy for me to explain. You have to do it. My job is to get a meeting with him being Putin." This means we have a former head of state acting as Epstein's intermediary to the Kremlin. Just crazy world. And it gets more direct. Epstein wasn't just talking about Putin. He was communicating about meeting him through multiple channels. Just a few weeks later, Epstein emailed Ehud Barak, the former prime minister and defense minister of Israel, He told Barack to let Putin know that he would be in Moscow and see if Putin wants private time. Then, in a separate email, Epstein confirms that Norway PM will be meeting Putin in Sochi on May 28th. Soglen asked Epstein to make himself available to explain how Russia can structure deals to encourage Western investment. Epstein adds, "I never met him, but wanted you to know." Then, just days later, Epstein writes again, saying, "Putin asked me to meet in St. Petersburg, same time as his economic forum. I said no. If he wants to meet, he will need to set aside real-time privacy. Let's see what happens." This confirms something that we didn't know. You see, Putin reached out to Epstein. Whether they met in person remains unclear, but they were in direct contact. We know this from this email. Then, in another email, Epstein mentions that he learned that Putin is redoing his staff in the summer of 2013, bringing only very trusted people to some meeting, more on phone or face-to-face. Basically, he's telling the guy he's emailing, saying, "I don't want to share too much." Basically confirming that Epstein had intelligence on Putin's inner circle restructuring. And that's not some casual knowledge. Now, Epstein's Russia connections isn't just about money management. The files also reveal that Russia was financing a lot of Western political parties, and Epstein knew about this. In an email dated July 12, 2018, Epstein writes to journalist Michael Wolff about a meeting Steve Bannon had with French right-wing parties, including Marine Le Pen's husband. The topic, refinancing France's National Front Party. Because as Epstein writes, apparently a good part of their money comes from Russia. Then he asks his own opinion too. These guys seemed like idiots, pure Routonians, and Bannon, surrounded by his own thuggish-looking security people and wacky blogger advisors, thrives precisely because the world of populism is so unprofessional, if not farcical. As you can see from this email, Epstein clearly wasn't a fan of Bannon, but the email confirms something important. Russia was financing a major French political party, and Epstein knew the details. This isn't surprising in one sense because we already know Russia was funding parties across Western democracies. Just 2 months ago, a UK politician was jailed for accepting Russian bribes. And seeing it in Epstein's email, seeing himself casually discussing Kremlin money flowing into French politics, shows just how embedded he was in the networks. Here's more details about the UK case.
Nathan Gill said nothing as he arrived to face the music at the Old Bailey. But during his time in Europe as an MEP, he had plenty to say, often supporting the Russian narrative around Ukraine, because he was getting paid to say it.
The Ukrainian government is in the process of banning the two biggest TV channels in the country.
Are you with us?
A Mormon bishop turned politician, Gill was a key member of Nigel Farage's UKIP and Brexit parties. But an investigation by counter-terrorism police found Gill was also busy taking bribes from this man, Oleg Voloshin, a pro-Russian politician in Ukraine. Voloshin's boss was the so-called Dark Prince, Viktor Medvedchuk, then President Putin's right-hand man in Ukraine.
Prosecution services have opened up this investigation against...
They tasked Gill with making pro-Russian TV appearances and speeches in the European Parliament. When police stopped Gill as he was about to board a flight to Russia and seized his phone, they found WhatsApp messages like this one, talking about gifts and postcards, code for cash. Voloshin tells Gill he's received all promised Christmas gifts and requested 5 more postcards for his kind help next week during the debate. He says he'll supply him with lines to take, and Gill replies, "Excellent."
Proper democratic procedures are being ignored 4 months before an election.
Gill duly delivered Voloshin's script criticising Ukraine verbatim in the European Parliament. Police found bundles of cash at his North Wales home.
One of the problems with making videos like these, where we show a lot of drone strikes, even if no human or Russian soldiers are getting hurt in the video, YouTube usually demonetizes or restricts our videos. In fact, in the last week, we had 4 of our videos get demonetized. According to YouTube, showing drone strikes or even footage from the front lines is not advertiser friendly, and that's why the videos are restricted. But this is the reality of modern warfare, and this is the war Ukrainians are fighting and trying to survive. So we believe it's important to cover this all, and that's why we launched our own platform, Basics Insider. We built it from scratch, so we don't have any restrictions. We don't have to blur our drone strike, we don't have to blur frontline footage, and we don't have to blur Russian air bases getting destroyed. On top of this, we actually don't run any ads on the site. That way, we don't have to censor ourselves just because advertisers are not happy about what we cover. We don't fund the site through ads. We fund it through your support. So if you're someone who's interested in coverage like this and you want to watch uncensored and get bonus content that we just cannot upload here on YouTube, then definitely go join us at basicsinsider.com. You can also click the link in the description or scan the QR code on your screen. By joining, you can watch all the content that we have already uploaded and all the videos we will upload in the future. On top of that, you'll be supporting our coverage and supporting our channel. So thank you so much. My name is Sam, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
A bunch of TikToks these past couple weeks.
Have you seen this thing that's going around the internet? I don't know what's true and what's not. The Sasha Riley thing?
So I went on Substack and I listened to the interview with the trafficked man. Worse than everyone imagined, Gary.
When the testimony came out just in the last few days, that's when they pump up the Minnesota. Get everybody to look over there. There's supposed to be graveyards filled with missing kids, and no one knew who they were. I know I sound like a crazy person, I know, but it's not. There is a testimony, Sasha Riley. I ask people to go and investigate and listen to it yourself.
I've had more than one encounter with Trump, and that's why I tried to kill that son, because he is a monster. It's why I have not shut up about just how absolutely abhorrent he is as a human being, and it's why I tried to kill him.
The interview that has gone viral was on Substack and was conducted by a lady named Lisa Noel Volding, which I will link below for those of you who are interested in listening to the whole thing. The interview is with William Sasha Riley, who I believe just goes by Sasha Riley now. They are a military veteran and they have some very strong accusations about some very powerful people. The interview is hours and hours long, and it is very, very dark and troubling and upsetting, but I think it is very important that we listen to it. It is worth noting that none of this has been verified, but I believe that it is really worth investigating and should be taken seriously. Sasha uses they, them pronouns, so I'll be referring to them as that moving forward. They were born in 1973 and has said that their abuse began before they even knew what that meant. According to Sasha, at age 4, into an operation as a legal front for
Who owns the Federal Reserve? Who are the main shareholders?
The 12 that and then what a bank has, if it's a district bank, whether it be San Francisco or Dallas or Atlanta, then they have to pay the operating costs to operate an individual district bank. And after that, every single penny that is remaining
He was just wounded, like fatally. Oh. Yeah. My grandfather reached fatal old age recently, actually. As a comedian, as a public performer, I was utterly scared, okay? I saw, wow, inflammatory things sometimes. I was just talking about Tylenol. And so I was scared. I shut down. I freaked out. I honestly did not even want to leave the house. And, you know, I felt like I had no one to talk to, and I felt so alone and so in my head. But thankfully, within about 36 hours, the governor of Utah came out and said, we got him. And I finally relaxed and I was like, thank God, we're back. We're back. We are so back. Oh my God, they got the guy. They got the guy. I want to give a special shout out to the FBI, Utah police, the Trump administration, and of course, special shout out to Kash Patel for bringing justice to this case. There was a killer on the loose for a little while, but they got him. Guys, why are you not excited? They got him. Yes, have faith in the system. The system works, okay? Yes, just get back to work, keep paying your taxes. It'll go directly to Israel. It's going to be totally fine, man. Yeah. 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 Why are you not laughing, my love? All right, that was called satire. The truth is the killer is still on the loose, and you should be f***ing terrified and angry at these motherfuckers who are lying to you, okay? They are lying to you. They're lying through their teeth, okay? And they're doing it so deliberately and so sloppily, and people are back to work. And to be honest, I think it's because so many people hated Charlie Kirk that they're just like, nah, we'll let this one slide. Like, no, it doesn't matter if you hated or loved the guy. Like, something happened here, and we deserve answers. Okay, we deserve answers. Unfortunately, you came to a comedy show where you will undoubtedly get more answers than from your government directly. Because unlike the government, I actually go on TikTok and consume information. I don't just own and censor TikTok. I actually go on TikTok. And seriously, a lot of people don't like hearing this, but this is very likely going to be the assassination of our lifetime, in the sense that, no, I'm sure a couple of you were alive for JFK. Bless you, boomers, okay? Bless you, boomers. Obviously, JFK and MLK, these people meant more to a lot more people than Charlie Kirk did, but you have to understand, these things were not shown to us live on social media. There weren't millions of people watching when it happened, and there weren't this many people back in the 60s. So this is actually huge, and it was done right in front of our eyes, and there's way too many holes in the story for us to just be like, everything's fine. I think it's so messed up that we are so desensitized to shootings that now whenever a shooting happens, every comedian's like, what's my angle on this? It's like the shooter already found it. Structurally a good joke. It's about a 45-degree angle joke. And I made messed up jokes. My friends made way more messed up jokes because it was a school shooting, and my friend called it a mass shooting. And I was like, bro, only one person got shot. He's like, no, but he was Catholic. I was like, that's up, dude. That's up. It was a mass shooting. I had to say it again because I know half y'all didn't even get it. If you believe it's Tyler, fine. We all need someone to blame from time to time. And why not just put on a guy named Tyler? That sounds perfectly reasonable. Tyler Robinson, too. Nice vanilla name. And I already told you, I'm against violence. I don't have to repeat myself, okay? I'm against violence. I don't like that a guy got shot. I'm pro-humanity. I think it's up. But also, I'm gonna make jokes. You kidding me? It's like people like, oh my God, you're making jokes because a man died. Have you seen my genocide material? Bro, stop shooting motherfuckers and I'll stop making jokes. Deal? Maybe the jokes will get you to stop doing it. No, it won't. But yeah. So, anyways, people were upset. Who cares? What matters is our government is lying to us. Okay, and sometimes you got to be your own private detective. I really wanted to dig in, go into the case, watch as many TikToks. I wanted to look at the details and really understand why our government is lying to us and how to prove that they are lying to us. So let's look at the facts here. Allegedly, Tyler showed up to the campus at 8:29 a.m. that morning, which, first thing to notice, not quite as an achiever as Luigi. Luigi was on site at 5:30 a.m. in the dead of winter, when the sun rises at 8 a.m. He was up with the birds, man. Tyler rolled out of bed at 7:45, grabbed his grandpa's rifle, and then went to the school and allegedly stuffed it in his pants, because you see camera footage of him walking around campus with no rifle, but yet he didn't leave to go get it. So he was walking around with a rifle on him, and they don't know where it, so he had to have stuffed it in his pants, which I would believe if he wasn't wearing skinny jeans. Bro is Gen Z, his jeans were like this, and you're telling me there was a shotgun right there? Bro, like I'm wearing relatively skinny, I can't even put my hand in my own pants right now. This guy can put his whole grandpa's rifle in there. Bro, I don't believe it, okay? The shooting happened at 12:23 p.m., okay, which is already really crazy, right? 12:23, 1, 2, 2, 3. It's like counting to 3, but you stutter. Just saying, the signs are there, man. At 12:23, a shot rang out, okay? Instantly, you have footage of allegedly Tyler running off of the roof and jumping off of the roof. Something you should know about this footage, it's been alleged, there's no actual proof of this, but I hope this does come out. That camera footage we've all seen of Tyler jumping off the roof is only a portion of what that camera shows, and that camera actually shows a wide view of the entire rooftop of that building, which could potentially show Tyler at the moment of the shooting. But for some reason, they're not showing that. This is all alleged, but you would presume if we have a camera that caught him jumping off at the right time, why do we not have a camera showing more or less where he was on the roof in the position of the shooting, right? But you see him jumping off with no rifle. So either, again, he was in the pants, just like, which his knees bend, so there's no way. There's no way. And so some people say they see a thingy. He has a thingy, perhaps like a towel or a piece of cloth that the rifle is under, disassembled, which is potentially could make sense. The only thing is, to disassemble it, he had to use a screwdriver, which he left on the roof. That's what the FBI is saying. They say that the screwdriver, he left it on the roof. It's probably still there. How sloppy they are. The screwdriver is probably still there. And he left on, they say that his DNA is all the screw. He's just like, and he threw it on the roof like a idiot. He's like, disassemble. So allegedly, then he has the disassembled rifle. Fine, which I'll buy that. But then he then stashes it in the woods, or as he calls it in his text, his drop site. Okay, stashes it in the woods, fully reassembled. Which is okay. Don't know why you did that. Does he like puzzles? You know what I mean? It sounds like his mom was taking Tylenol. Okay. Stashes it in the woods, fully reassembled, which is fine. Maybe he did reassemble the rifle, but without the screwdriver? He left it on. Did he have two screwdrivers? And he's like, this is my DNA one, this is my non-DNA one. But he left the scope all messed up for some reason, just to with us a little bit. The crazy thing about this shotgun that he had too, it was allegedly his great-grandfather's or his grandfather's shotgun, which in his text he calls my olds man, or something like that. And get this, there's no serial number on it. Why? Because it's so old, it was before serial numbers. Oh no, how convenient. Apparently his great-grandfather used this rifle in World War I. And then his grandfather used it again in World War II. And now Tyler used it to start World War III, apparently. The shotgun, by the way, it's called 30-06. It's existed for 119 years. Apparently, you can still use it. and it's called a 30-06, which is also how old I tell people I am. I'm 30-06. They can't figure it out. They're like, is he 37? This 30-06, he stashes it in the woods, left his screwdriver on the roof for some reason after having it in his pants for half the day. It was a busy day. This started at 8:29 a.m. for this guy. Tyler then flees the scene and he goes home at some point. I don't know if he goes home, but he goes somewhere and he half changes his outfit. He only changes half the, doesn't change the full outfit. Wants to leave us guessing a little bit. Changes half the outfit, and then he's then seen at 6:30 p.m. that night at a Dairy Queen. Which, again, following in Luigi's footsteps. What are you guys doing? Luigi went to McDonald's. Tyler's got to go to Dairy Queen. Like, Gen Z, do you really need fast food that bad? You just did a shooting. So there's a picture of him standing at Dairy Queen, but there is a chance that that picture is AI, in which case, DQ. DQ. Okay. These are all just very surface level, very easy to observe things. Here's where it starts to get weird. There was engravings on the bullets, which again, is Luigi our guy now? Like, are we doing everything like Luigi? If I ever had bullets, if I ever engraved bullets, it would be like things about me, like I'm late to things, so like delay, defer, decimals. That would be mine. There was engravings on the bullets. They were weird, okay? But Tyler also, you know, you look at his story, he's kind of a weird guy, I guess you could say. But like one of them said, if you're reading this, you are gay, LMAO. Tyler is a 4.0 student. Like he literally had a scholarship. I don't know, that just sounds like something more like that, like Kash Patel would write. You know what I mean? Here's where I think the most concrete evidence that this was completely staged and fake comes in. If you watch the video, and I know it's gruesome, the video of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck, I know it was hard to see. Like for me, when I saw it, I was like, I can't believe I'm seeing this. I said that like literally each of the 20 times that I watched it back to back. It was a lot, but there are a lot of videos now, both on the left, on the right, people from all over the spectrum who are analyzing this video, and they have a very good point. When you watch it in slow-mo, it does not look like the bullet is entering through here. It looks like it is exiting. In fact, when you see it very closely, you see some frames of something behind his neck, and then you see, okay? Now, I've never been shot in the neck, so maybe it could go like this first. I don't think so. It looks like it's leaving his neck, and he kind of hunches forward too, which what you would do if you got shot in the back. And also, like he does something with his hands. They say it's like a neurological thing you do when you're hit directly in the spine. He does that right away. So you would think it hits him there, and then it comes out the neck. You literally see it coming out. When this shooting first happened, a bunch of people came out like, yo, this had to be a professional job because he did it from 200 yards. But then a lot of like hunters came out and be like, nah, I can do that. So I'm like, fair enough. I don't spend a lot of time at the range, okay? I'm kind of scared now though. Fortunately, most of my shows don't have 200 yards worth, but you know, we're good. But now all of the gun experts are coming out and saying a 30-06 will shoot through bricks. And they've actually posted videos showing the 30-06 shooting through like 3 bricks. But apparently the autopsy, which at first they said they didn't do, and then 2 weeks later they said they did, because his mom did not take Tylenol. She just drank straight milk, straight antibiotic-rich milk, and his bones were so strong the bullet was stopped. The bullet shot by a 30-06, which usually goes through cement, was stopped by Charlie Kirk's bone, and they said he's the man of steel. They said he's the man of steel, which more like the man of stop the steal, if you remember the 2020, but the bullet was literally stopped by the steel. It was stopped by the steel. Now, this is utterly preposterous. If one thing has come from this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I realize I don't believe in miracles anymore. The word miracle means nothing to me. The word coincidence No, like, you know what? You're allowed one miracle a decade that I believe, okay? And you've already used it. Biden stayed alive for his whole term. I am done with miracles, okay? You're telling me that this miraculous bullet, it came in from the roof over there and hit Charlie. It went in, made it look like it was leaving, went inside of him, and then it probably on the way it like hit JFK, came back through, it like time warped into the 60s, came back around, and then punctures Charlie Kirk's neck. It hits his bone, and it's like, I'm done. When every YouTube video using a 30-06 from any range shows it shooting through magic bullet, okay? It goes through. And maybe you could argue, you know, Sammy, it's all an illusion. What happened was the bullet goes in and then it ricochets off and then turns around and comes back out. You could argue that to me. You could make that argument because things do happen really fast. But in that case, you're telling me this bullet goes inside and it goes in and it does it's like, no, I'm gonna turn around. It does a complete 180 and then just goes the opposite direction. And that would literally make the bullet a turning point. Okay. USA. Okay. I actually wrote that joke the first day, but I didn't want to tell it till this week. I even told it to my comedian friends, like, bro, that's brutal. Like, nobody's. But once you look at that video, you'll see like what the fuck is going on, because you see the bullet coming from back here, meaning that allegedly Tyler was on the roof over here, but like people who've looked at something, they see some weird blurs that are going on up there. They don't know what they are. I'm not going to say exactly what shot Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to drone on about it, but I'm just saying. Look at the slow-mo replay of those videos. You see something very drone-like, okay? And you also see like a mysterious aircraft flying away really quickly that could be like the mothership for that drone. A crazy little fact here too. You know, this was at an event in Utah where the base was mostly conservative because they were there to see Charlie Kirk and support him. And then there was obviously a lot of liberals there who wanted to debate him. And then there was people protesting the event. And they say a lot of them were on the rooftops in the distance and they were holding up pride flags. And you can only imagine that if Charlie Kirk was shot and he looks up at who did it, and the last thing he sees is a rainbow pride flag. It's f***ed up, but it's obviously a joke because in order for that to happen, he'd have to think the shooter came from Tyler, and we know he wasn't. So you can relax. That's not an insensitive joke. It's just a hypothetical scenario. Watch the slow-mo replay, and you'll know the government's lying, okay? If that's not enough, okay? If this is the case, if Tyler did not shoot Charlie Kirk, okay, then somebody else did, making Tyler a positioned fall guy. And you're like, well, why would they go through all this effort to place a fall guy? Well, we already have confirmed there's already been 2 fall guys on the scene at that event. I don't know if you saw, after Charlie Kirk is shot, the very first thing that happens is an old guy gets up and is like, it was me! It was me! Shoot me! Shoot me! It was me! It was me! That's weird. You don't normally get that at shootings. This guy was very ready for that to happen. Grab him, they take him, they interrogate him, spend like a couple hours doing it, and just to find like, yeah, it's definitely not him. He even told the police, he's like, I did that to let the killer get away. He even told them that. That's how crazy this guy is, okay? Now, it would be one weird thing if this was just a regular crazy guy who did the wrong thing at the wrong time, but it turns out this guy is a real person. His name is George Zinn. You can search him, and guess what? He was present at 9/11. He was there in New York City at 9/11. Guess what? He was also at the Boston Marathon bombing. I am not making this up. Google George Zinn. This guy apparently is the career fall guy. I don't know what it pays. $50 an event. I don't know what it is, but he's out marathon bombing, Coldplay, Kiss Camp. Maybe not that one, but there's so many weird coincidences with this guy. George Zinn, who you would think would be someone to interrogate at this point. Like, why the were you at 9/11? Why the were you at the Boston Marathon bombing? Why were you at my bar mitzvah last week? You know, all these weird occurrences. But you can't interview him. Why? Because he's now been busted for child porn. Yeah. So with all this going on, they then were like, let's go on his laptop. Oh, here's child porn. And then they had to arrest him, and now nobody can interview him. Yeah, and this, well, at least this is according to Kash Patel, who we should trust. And also according to Kash Patel, this child porn was not trafficked directly from Jeffrey Epstein. He was actually keeping it all to himself. And after they waste their time on him, they then find another guy who happened to be dressed identically as Tyler. And then they wasted a few hours on that guy. And it was just such a coincidence. This guy looked just like Tyler, the shooter, on the same day that Tyler, the shooter, did a shooting. Sounds like a riddle, right? So there was already 2 for sure fall guys. So why would Tyler not be the obvious third? You know, another thing was, if you look at the videos of Charlie in his last moments, there's men behind him doing very weird hand signals. They're going like, either they're like the world's worst ASL interpreters, or they're potentially signaling like it's time to do it. Some people actually interpreted the exact hand gestures and were like, this means it's time, clear. And then some were saying like, why would they even need to do that? They already had a clear shot. And it's like, what do you know? You know what I mean? Right? So all of these things are very weird. Okay. And honestly, after seeing all these things, I still, as a good person, as a naive, wanting to trust Uncle Sam, still believe, okay, there's a potential that this is all true. It actually is Tyler. It's just a very, very weird situation. Maybe the bullet ricocheted off the building and then went, I don't know, maybe that's what happened. And so I was like, I'm willing to accept the government story that this was Tyler. And then they released the text messages. And I was like, why are you doing this to us? Why are you doing this to yourselves? Those text messages it was the most insane. I was like, am I tweaking right now? Am I on methamphetamines right now? Or did the government really release this text message conversation with the intent for us to believe it? And if you haven't seen it yet, do it on your own time. God, it's not worth mine. I already put a whole YouTube video where I read them out loud to the crowd. They're f***ing insane. First of all, it's all in complete sentences. Gen Z does not talk in complete sentences. In it, Tyler says things like my love and my vehicle, okay? Gen Z says my whip. Everybody knows that. And it was so crazy and fake that it does make you think, okay, this is such a wild conversation that maybe this is how people speak in Utah. And maybe it's so fake that it's real. The government released it. Because why would they release something so glaringly fake unless it was like, yo, bro, this is real? In which case, my conclusion is, whether it's fake or not, which I definitely think it's fake, whether it's fake or not, the government did not read these texts before releasing them. Because any government in their right mind would read these and be like, there's no way people are going to believe it, dude. We should just keep these to ourselves and paraphrase. But they didn't. They just released it. They're like, yeah, read it and weep. And they were like, you are so dumb, dude. And now I think we're at the point where it doesn't matter if you're left, if you're right, if you love Charlie, you hated him, if you believe the conspiracies, or if you think it was just regular old Tyler. What all of America can agree on at this point and bring us together, we can all agree that Kash Patel is a f***ing idiot, okay? We can all agree. This is unanimous. This is the one thing we should be united over. Kash Patel might be the biggest moron in the world right now. Kash Patel, which sounds like a motel chain, he's the head of the FBI. He's Aziz Ansari's jacked autistic cousin. he's been doing such a botched job of this, not only this, but the Epstein files. And I'm not saying that Kash Patel is the dumbest person in the world. Clearly, he knows how to put on a suit, you know? He knows how to use big words like Valhalla. Okay, so I'm not saying he's the dumbest person in the world, but I can say conclusively he's the dumbest Indian person in the world. Is it confirmed? I can say this, I'm from Fremont, California. I know Indian people. And if that's racist, I'll f***ing take it. But I don't think there's one Indian person in here who's gonna be like, yeah, he's ours. If I post this on YouTube, every Indian person's gonna be like, we don't claim him. That's gonna be the main comment. Okay. In Kash Patel's defense, I do truly believe that he does not think that these are lies. He's just being given the information and he really believes it. It's really like just trying to watch like a 2-year-old child solve a murder, you know? It's like, that's what I would think if I was at that level of intelligence. Let me tell you, I do believe that Tyler was there. I do believe that he was there. And I do believe that in some shape or form, he either knew he was gonna be the fall guy or he thought he was trained to think that he actually was the one who was gonna take the shot. So I don't know exactly who all did this with him, but let's just say it was Tyler and all of his accomplices, if you will. Tyler and all, if you want. Tyler and all. Tyler and all. I think I might be autistic at this point. I actually think this whole case is making me autistic. So the question is, if it wasn't Tyler who masterminded this, if you are a gay operation, then who was it? Well, we can at least acknowledge that Netanyahu tweeted a little bit too quickly when Charlie Kirk passed. It was really weird. He said praying for Charlie Kirk. He tagged Charlie Kirk for some reason. That was really weird. As if he knew Charlie Kirk was going to see it. Which, you know, there are conspiracies that Charlie Kirk's still alive. That's the main one, is that Netanyahu tagged him. He's like, bro, get it? Yeah, you see that? Charlie's like, shut the fuck up, man. It was weird. And then obviously, you know, a lot of people saw that and they're like, oh, it was Netanyahu, it was Israel. And so Netanyahu made not one, but 2 videos. He's like, now guys, Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk. This is anti-Semitic. And we're like, so shocking that you would say that. So that's obviously very suspicious. I mean, but it's not crazy given the fact that Charlie Kirk was certainly a mouthpiece for Israel his entire career. And in the last year, he was slowly changing course. He was becoming more like Tucker Carlson, who, you know, I don't give a what you say. I'm in love with him. Okay. I don't give a what you say. Do not show me old videos of things he said in the past. He's doing God's work right now, and I'm in love with him, and I don't want you to ruin it for me. I love Tucker Carlson. When he laughs, I come. I love this man. I love him, and I love Candace Owens. And there's nothing you can do to change that, okay? Don't push me away before I start having those feelings for Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay? Don't make me go that far. It's crazy time though, dude. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Kim Jong-un. Oh. I know. So yeah, it's a weird time, but yes, Charlie Kirk was slowly turning on Israel, so it's not insane, okay? Now here's the thing, okay? Obviously, I don't think it's fair to allege someone kills someone if they didn't, but in the case of Israel, even if they didn't kill Charlie Kirk, they still deserve the allegation anyway. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, the way he spoke about you killed his reputation with me. You know what I mean? And also, like Israel, you've killed so many people without getting properly punished for it. You deserve an extra allegation. So what? You get off the hook for literally thousands of people, and then you get one blame for someone you didn't do. Oh, take it. Now, for the record, I actually don't believe that Israel as a full entity conspired to kill Charlie Kirk. I don't believe that. I believe they were definitely in on it somehow. But I don't believe that it was like all of Israel was like, let's get this guy. I think it was a group of people who were somehow affiliated in some shape or form. But for legal reasons, I have to be like, okay, Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk. I'm a comedian. I'm joking. I don't think that they have time for an assassination. They're too busy with the genocide. Ask the UN. Okay. And so, no, I'm not going to accuse them of this or any political assassination. I'm a comedian. I'm just kidding. Okay. And I have to say in that one because I'm just kidding. That's JFK. Thought I heard a drone. Sorry. So, anyways, they're obviously that's suspicious. Now, but again, I don't think it was Israel. I don't even really think it was Bibi Netanyahu. The first suspect, in my understanding, is Bill Ackman. I don't know if you know who Bill Ackman is, but Zoran talks about him a lot, so you know he's not great. Okay. Bill Ackman is a billionaire in the United States, and I don't know if I need to use a different name for his name if I'm going to get in trouble for this. But let's just say William Ackman. I don't know. He's a billionaire, which already shows that he's not a good person. Right. If you're a billionaire in this room and you're offended, keep coming to my shows. You got money. Here's the reason why I say Bill Ackman, because Bill Ackman is he's a very pro-Israel guy. He's giving money to the IDF. He's very heavily involved in Israel's propaganda campaigns. And he knew Charlie Kirk very well. And a lot of people observed that Charlie Kirk was turning his words on Israel in the last year. So they started trying to reach. Netanyahu offered Charlie Kirk $150 million to be more pro-Israel. Charlie Kirk turned it down and said no. Okay. Yeah. Turns out you like the guy, huh? Come on now. Come on, huh? I love that. Libs growing, baby. I love it. But Bill Ackman specifically, he staged an intervention for Charlie Kirk in the Hamptons a few months before Charlie Kirk was shot. A bunch of people were there. There's witnesses. This has been confirmed to be more pro-Israel. He's like, just come on, man. Come on. Come join the boys again. Come on. It was a lot of that. Some people said the language was more aggressive. I don't know if that's the case. Some people said he made threats. I don't know if that's the case. But we know that he staged this intervention where he was trying to get Charlie to be more pro-Israel. Once again, Charlie again said no. Because if you saw Charlie in his last few months, he was like, I don't understand what's going on. He called what's going on in Gaza ethnic cleansing. He said, release the Epstein files. He confirmed that Epstein probably was Mossad. He was pointing out the ills of the Israel lobby in the United States and their influence and how it doesn't belong in our politics. And these are all things that I wholeheartedly, it's crazy that it took Charlie Kirk that long to turn, but he was turning. So Bill Ackman begs, he stages his intervention, he begs him, and Charlie Kirk says no. A couple months later, Charlie Kirk is shot by Tyler, so it's unrelated, right? Now, if that's not enough, this is the crazy part. Tyler was turned in by his dad, okay? So that's how you know this was a white family, right? Obviously. Son, do you have something to confess to me? Dad, I shot someone at a school today. I'm so sorry. Like brown kids, we don't talk to our parents. My parents don't even know the names of my best friends, But Tyler's dad was like, all right, where, when, what? Tell me who it was. And Tyler's dad then turned him in. But there's a reason he turned him in that's also not discussed as much, which is that there was a reward posted for whoever brings in the killer gets a reward, $1.2 million. That's I would have found Tyler for that one. Right? And guess who posted that reward? Bill Ackman, dude. Bill Ackman offered the reward of $1.2 million. Now, some sources are trying to say, oh, but the father's turning it down. He's saying he's donating it to charity. Oh, he can still Venmo it to him. You don't have to be all public about it. But you don't find that a little bit weird? A couple months earlier, this billionaire is begging Charlie Kirk to turn and go with the agenda. Charlie Kirk says no. A couple months later, he's shot. And then the next thing you know, the killer's dad is paid $1.2 million. That's fucking weird. So that's why I put that guy as suspect number 1. Okay. Suspect number 2, Trump. Okay. Those bruises don't come too easily. All right. That guy's clearly been handling a 30-06 of his own. Trump is so desperate at this point because, you know, so many people hate him, and it's so clear that he's in the Epstein files. Like, we all know, even his base knows at this point. Trump is so good at lying that I think that he's convinced himself that he's true, like, no matter what. But, like, I think that that's why he has these bruises now, because his body's just like, nah, dude. He's like, we're going to show the world what's going on the inside. The bruises didn't even come after the Epstein files. It wasn't even that got to him. I think it was the South Park episode. I think it was a South Park episode. It just hit him right there, like, and the bruises started coming out. Charlie Kirk stormed in to the White House and told Trump not to escalate with Iran. His words were starting to turn on Trump somewhat. And he was demanding the release of the Epstein files. Charlie Kirk, you have to understand, he was the most influential and powerful conservative commentator, especially with the youth, which is their only hope for the future. And so again, even if it wasn't Trump, he deserves an allegation. Fuck him. He's not getting punished for so many of his other allegations. Why not just throw another one in there? Okay, and you can't remove me. I'm not on ABC. Okay. And now back to suspect number 3. This one's going to upset a lot of people, but I wouldn't be a true private investigator if I didn't look into this option. I don't know if you guys watched any of Erica Kirk's speeches, but they're a little weird. They're a little weird, man. They're a little weird. And I've been watching a lot of TikTok, and there are just some questions that I need answered. Okay, now, I'm perfectly willing to acknowledge Erica Kirk. She's the wife of Charlie Kirk. She may be completely innocent in all of this. I could be entirely wrong and a horrible person for even speculating, in which case I will burn in hell, in the flames of hell. Ah, I'm dead. Ah, the rapture. Ah, I'm dead. And she's innocent. She's an angel. She'll ascend to heaven. Great. Right? The creator will settle the score. Okay? But in the meantime, it's looking a little weird, man. And I need some questions answered, bruh. She's given a few speeches now. Erica Kirk spoke at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, which I watched for research purposes, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I am a human being who I disagreed with on a lot of things, was taken from us on this planet. So I wanted to come at this from a human perspective. This man had a family. I wanted to watch this woman speak from a place of empathy and be like, yeah, I disagree with this guy on so many levels, but I want to watch this. I came to cry, dude. I was like, I need to cry today, man. Like, the FBI is lying to me so hard. I need a safe place. I need to look and find solace in the eyes of this poor woman who actually lost another human being, and remember the humanity of this, and remember that even if we disagree over politics, we are humans, and we need to connect with each other on the most subtle of human levels. So please, Erica Kirk, let me look into your eyes and let me weep with you while you grieve for your fallen husband. And I came to that. I came to watch for that. I came to cry, and I came to awe. But within 30 seconds, I was like, what the am I watching? What the is this? Why is she laughing? She was literally snickering. And Charlie, like, she's like, I know he's somewhere. Like, it was like, is he alive? Tell us. And maybe she grieves fast. You know, I could be that kind of sociopath. Like, if I ever lose someone important, you might see us be like, this guy's fucking weird. But I'll tell you that in advance. I'll be like, yo, I'm a weird person. I do move on very fast. I lost a lot of math colleagues to Evans Hall, and I was forced to grieve very quickly, like a step function. And so maybe she grieves fast, and maybe that's just, maybe everybody's different, and I could be totally wrong. And again, I'm gonna burn in hell. I'm dead. I'm already dead. But while I'm still alive, why was she snickering during this performance? Why did she seem so chill about everything? Why is she now fully taken over Charlie's company and already doing podcasts? It hasn't even been in 3 weeks, okay? And she's already taken over the company doing podcasts, like smiling, snickering. And it just seems to me, just from a very basic impression, that either Charlie Kirk is still alive or she killed him. Those are the only two logical explanations in my mind. And again, you can be mad at me, but listen, when it comes to homicides, the spouse is always the first suspect. They're always the first suspect. There is literally statistics that show that 60% of the time someone's killed, it's the person they're in a relationship with. 60% in the world. In fact, in marriages in the United States, 34% of the time a wife dies, it's the husband. 34%. 1/3 of the time, if a wife dies, it's the husband. And guess what? If a husband dies, yeah, sorry, that's... You're either scared for your life or you just solved a murder. He's like, oh shit, I'm so dead tonight, dude. So, according to stats, 34% of the time a wife dies, it's the husband. Okay, I don't know what the stats are for the gay community. I don't know. It could be like 60. I don't know. 34% of the time a wife dies, it is the husband. And when a husband dies, 6% of the time it's the wife. Good job, ladies. Good job for being left. However, the stat says it's 6% of the time it's the wife who killed the husband. But this is not including proxy murders where the wife hired someone. Oh, convenient. That's like most of them, dude. Rarely she does it herself, man. Let's be honest. There's no stat for that, apparently. How convenient. There's no stat for spousal proxy murders. But the global stat is, if somebody dies who's in a relationship, 60% of the time, it has something to do with the person they're in the relationship with. So can we at least not be curious about that stat? In this case, the biggest assassination of our lifetime, whether you like it or not. Okay, now I know some be like, oh my God, this is so cold. You're analyzing a shooting by statistics. Well, that's kind of what Charlie did for a living. So I don't know if you... 30% of the time it's gang violence, and you got to factor that in, you know? So, you know, I'm just saying Charlie's up there being like, good man, you know? Now, okay, that's not all my evidence here, okay? I didn't know I had to prepare the case for you guys, but here's my engravings, okay? So you can go down the rabbit hole yourself, but there's a lot of weird things about Erica Kirk. First of all, she knew President Trump before she knew Charlie Kirk. In fact, she won Trump's Miss Arizona pageant. She worked indirectly with Trump before this. Both of her parents are involved in government operations. I believe her father was involved in Raytheon, direct like arms deals with Israel. Her mom worked for the Department of Defense. She's literally born inside of the government, okay? And she won Trump's pageant, okay? And for a while, she was part of like either the founding or the ownership of, or her family owned, or the people she worked with. She worked for an orphanage in Romania that, yes, where a bunch of children went missing. So much so, and some people say some of them ended up in Israel. I don't know. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to spread that rumor without the information. But what has been allegedly confirmed is that she was involved with an orphanage in Romania where children went missing, so many that they had to shut down operations and they are now banned from Romania. Do you know how f***ed up you got to be banned from Andrew Tate is mayor of Romania. You got to be banned from Romania. You got to lose a lot of kids. Okay? And this was at a time when she was working with Trump, and it was also at a time when Jeffrey Epstein was still active. So you do whatever you want with that. I'm just saying, that's weird, okay? But she was born into a U.S. government family, worked with Trump, knew Trump. You saw the hug that they had at the memorial. It was too weird. And she now owns Turning Point USA. We'll see. I mean, if I'm wrong, burn me in hell. But she's now taking over. We know that she's taking over Turning Point USA. She's already making content, okay? And here's what I find the craziest. When she met Charlie Kirk, it was not on a dating app. It was not at a bar. It was at a job interview. She went in to interview for a position at Turning Point USA. That's how she met Charlie Kirk. She showed up for an interview. They hit it off. He fell in love immediately. They got married in a matter of months. Wow. Yeah. And now she owns Turning Point USA a couple years later. They got married in 2021. Wow. Barely 4 years later, she owns Turning Point USA. So I'm saying you can make all the connections you want, okay? But just if you look at the whole thing, it starts not with romance or love, but it starts with her applying for a job and ends with her getting a promotion. So you can look at that however you want, okay? I'm just pointing out coincidences, which I don't believe in. I already told you that. The thing is that sometimes you need to take the red pill and go down the rabbit hole because your government's not going to do it for you, okay? The media is not going to do it for you. ABC is out there like, was Tyler into trans people? You know what I mean? Like they're still out there like trying to figure out a fake story, okay? And if personally, like I find all this absolutely absurd. I'm going crazy, okay? Now, just to bring it back home, if you want some crazy, wild conspiracy stuff, this is the part that is craziest. This murder apparently was almost entirely predicted in a movie from 1998 called Snake Eyes with Nick Cage. No, look at these TikToks. It's insane. I'll tell you, and you're gonna not believe this either, so you're gonna have to look it up too. But Wikipedia confirmed everything, okay? A movie from 1998 called Snake Eyes with Nick Cage. The plot of the movie is a man named Charles Kirkland. Charles Kirkland is murdered in front of a crowd of people. He's shot in the neck, exactly like Charlie Kirk, at an event that was also a boxing match where the boxer was named Tyler the Executioner. Even crazier, the date that happened in the movie was September 10th. You're like, there's no way. Look it the fuck up. Yes, go, seriously, it's a movie called Snake Eyes. On September 10th, guy named Charles Kirkland shot in the neck at an event where the guy's named Tyler the Executioner, okay? And I'll even add some more irony that you won't find in these TikTok videos, okay? The movie was shot at Trump Tower. I'm not kidding you. It's an inside job. We're all stoned out of our minds. All of our moms were taking Tylenol and weed and Molly and Percocet. It's crazy. I'll even add some more irony that you won't find in these TikTok videos, okay? Something I did on my own. The movie is called Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes is when you roll 2 ones individually, right? What is the probability of that? 1/6 times 1/6, multiply 1/36, 30/6. Which is also my age. I looked it up because I wanted to like Wikipedia to make sure I was not completely the edible had already kicked in, but I wanted to make sure all of that stuff, the movie, 100%, it's all happens in the movie. You can watch the movie. Look that up. And this is how you know the movie's from the 90s. The sniper was a Palestinian terrorist. Gotta miss the 90s, man. Back when we actually had representation in movies, you know? It wasn't the good kind, but it was there. The guy who played him wasn't even Palestinian, obviously. It was like a half Latin guy. He was just like, hey, I'll be your Palestinian terrorist. And the Palestinian terrorist sniped Charles Kirkland because Charles Kirkland was working for the Pentagon on a big arms deal selling weapons to Israel. That was the one detail in the movie where I'm like, I think it's, so even in that movie, it's about Israel. Even in that movie, it's about Israel. And the plot, sorry to spoiler, but the plot basically, Nicolas Cage later finds out that his friend who works for the government was on the inside of it. He hired a Palestinian sniper who was willing to be the fall guy and basically jihad himself. But it was really his friend Kevin who worked for the Pentagon who is in on the whole thing and killed Charles Kirkland. So even in that movie, it's an inside job. So wake the up. Wake the up. And really, this whole situation has taught me so much about myself and humanity. You know, because I was not a fan of Charlie Kirk. I saw so many videos of him that I just absolutely was like, why are you saying that, man? That's so messed up. Like, why do you hate Muslims so much, dude? Like, Muslims, like, they believe in Jesus. They believe Jesus was a prophet. Like, they're so friendly with Christians. Like, why do you hate them so much? Like, why do you blame black people for everything, man? Like, can't you just be like, these shootings are bad. We need to, like, figure them out, and being like, well, black people need to take account. But, like, can't you debate anybody older than 15, man? Like, come on. Like, I really did hate this guy. I respected his chops as a debater. I just wish he used them on somebody his age, you know? And so I definitely did not like this guy. But after seeing this and after seeing how he was turning, I found my humanity, and I found my appreciation even for people I completely disagree with, because nobody deserves that. Not only nobody deserves to be murdered, but nobody deserves to be murdered and lied about it. You know what I'm saying? And I know nobody agrees with me because you're in San Francisco. I get it. But I found my own humanity, because this whole time I hated Charlie Kirk and all the things he said. But now I'm like one of the only people trying to solve his murder. You know what I mean? So I'm trying, dude. I'm trying, man. You could say I'm at a turning point. I wrote all this material in 1998. I just sold my first movie script. Yeah. It's an okay. In this movie, Adam Sandler plays a Muslim. He plays a Muslim who's running for mayor of New York City. It's called Don't Mess with the Zoran. You guys know who Zoran Mamdani is? Zoran Mamdani won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City, but you would think that he's already mayor the way that people are talking about him. It seems like people either love him or they hate him, but for the exact same reasons. I like that Zoran won because he's anti-establishment. He's making waves in the system. He is. I like that. I also like that Mamdani won because he helped balance a couple things out for me. A couple weeks ago, I was finding myself agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene a little too much. and all I needed were her thoughts on something else to help remind me. 2 weeks ago, she was like, we got to stop giving money to Israel. We got to not have war with Iran. I was like, you preach, sister, right? I was like, God bless her, okay? About to get my MTG tattoo on my arm. And then Zoran wins, and she posts a picture of the Statue of Liberty in hijab. And I'm like, thank God. I was about to follow her. She retweeted somebody's photo of a Statue of Liberty with a hijab over it saying, this hits hard. Which is like, aside from being racist and Islamophobic, it's like, that actually would protect the statue from rust. You actually could use that. Have you seen Lady Liberty lately? She's looking a little crusty, to be honest. Like, not modest at all. Lady Liberty already has the dress all the way down to the feet. Like, just why not finish the job? Finish the hijab. Mamdani is divisive for a lot of reasons. And that's great. That's great. I love it. I love drama. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even from New York City. I just like watching drama from a side. You know? Like, they can do whatever they want. That's their own experiment. People are like, I don't want to experiment with one of the biggest cities in America. Like, have you been to New York City? It's already the world's biggest science experiment. So just let them cook. Just so you know, I'm not a socialist, okay? Shut the fuck up. Boo, everybody should be socialists in this room. Okay, that was a joke. Listen, they're here. Let me finish the joke, assholes, okay? So you know where I stand politically, okay? I'm not a socialist, and I'm also not Muslim, okay? I am a communist jihadist, and there is a difference, okay? Or jihadi Marxist, that's the PC term. I prefer jihadi Marxist or Sharia comrade, if you would like. Okay? You happy now? Okay, you happy now? It's funny because I have friends who are socialists, I have friends who are communists, I have friends who are democratic socialists, and like somebody booed me when I said I'm not a socialist, but if you're a socialist, I have communist friends who think you're a you know what I mean? So it's like, so just chill, like just, you know what I mean? Like, and then I have a lot of friends who are democratic socialists, and the communists are like, they're not helping the movement. So that's why I'm a jihadi Marxist. Nobody with me, okay? So that's where I stand. I just like that Zoran is creating waves. And it's insane to me how many far-right commentators, even some centrist personalities online, are just saying preposterous things about the potential of Zoran being mayor. Like, there's people out there saying, once Zoran's mayor, he's gonna bring Sharia law to New York City, which is hilarious. And aside just for being obviously ridiculous, people are like arguing back logically, like, no, he's not. I don't think he is. No. Like, you mother, not only would that be unconstitutional and nobody's gonna like vote for that, it's just so insulting to just go straight there. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, when somebody says Zoran's gonna bring Sharia law to New York City, you should not be saying no, okay? When somebody says Zoran's gonna bring Sharia law to New York City, the proper response is Sharia law even that bad? You gotta f back. You gotta f back. Now, I'm not here tonight to pitch Sharia law to you, okay? I know my face gives you the impression that I might want to, okay? But the thing about Sharia law, I will say, a lot of people don't really know much about it. I even had to do research for this joke. And personally, I haven't lived under it. It hasn't been brought to California yet. Okay. It will be one day, but inshallah.
But
I'm not up here arguing for or necessarily defending Sharia law, but I will say you should know that it has been largely blown out of proportion by the Western world. Our country, we love to blow things up metaphorically and physically. So when you actually Google Sharia law, which I did, you can look at the Wikipedia page for Sharia law. And I kid you not, the synopsis of Wikipedia's take on Sharia law is basically like, bro, Sharia law is not even that bad. That's basically what they're saying for like a whole, it's Wikipedia. They're like, no, you can go out past 3, it's fine. Like it's, apparently there's like levels to Sharia law, okay? But what I'm saying is whenever you have this discussion about Sharia law in the West, it's always taken to the most extreme position. Like people are always like, oh, you want Sharia law? You just want all women to just cover up? Like, no, what? Like, well, not all of them, but like, what, no. Like, okay, personally, I find everyone a little bit gross. So I would like, in an ideal world, you know, my Sharia would be everybody covers up until further notice. And then once I get a sense of your aura, I'm like, all right, you can chill. You know what I mean? Like that's how I would do things personally, you know. But that's always where it goes. It always goes to the most extreme version. And so then it brings up this discussion. You hear all these people now saying Muslim values are not compatible with American values. You hear this out there. Oh yeah, you like all these commentators are saying around Muslim values are not compatible with American values. And you know what? They're right. Muslim values are not compatible with American values because America doesn't have values. America does not have values. What values? Where are the values? What values do we have aside from the value meal? A lot of people in America have values, absolutely, but are there any shared values in this country anymore? No, we disagree on literally everything. You could say the one value that we have is freedom, but like, do we? You know what I mean? Like, do we even have freedom? And then if freedom allegedly is our value, freedom is independence from values. That was the principle of this country. It doesn't matter what your values are, it doesn't matter what my values are. We can both, you know, enjoy ourselves because this is a valueless nation. It's because there's this implicit connection. They're like, well, America, we have Christian values. It's like, do we? The whole premise of this nation was separation of church and state, but there's always this subtext of like the Muslim values don't match our Christian values. But it's like, okay, there's Christians in America, sure, but like, are Christians in America really Christian is the question. The answer is no. The answer is no. Go to an actual other country where there's Christians. We are not Christians in America. It's like Olive Garden Christianity. You know what I mean? It's not real. Doing Christmas is not enough. Most proclaimed Christians in this nation can't even quote a single Bible lyric. Okay? Yeah. I'm calling them lyrics. That should be a sure shot example. The irony is, if you actually know Muslim people, you would know that they respect the Bible. Like, they respect the teachings of Jesus, they consider Jesus a prophet, and they respect the teachings of the Bible. Like, more than my Christian friends. That's why I'm telling all these Christians out there, I'm like, hey, like, you want to actually learn the Bible and appreciate the Bible and love the Bible, respect the Bible? Join Islam. Try it. Let's try it. There you go. Some people are feeling a little alienated. But this is how America was founded. You have to be real with it. You have to be honest about it because this conversation keeps coming up. People saying that Muslim values are not compatible with American values. And there's no evidence. There's no evidence. It just, okay, maybe not fasting, obviously. Okay, fasting. I'll give you fasting for sure. I'll give you, that's definitely not compatible with American values in nearly any capacity. That's why I always tell my Muslim friends and family, I'm like, yo, if you want more Americans to join, like, just have a package for them. It's like, you don't have to fast just yet. You know what I mean? Like, you can do 5 years without fasting. Americans are like, I'll try it out. You have to be honest. We don't have values in this country. There are no shared values. And so whenever this conversation comes up, people, they only have one single argument. They're like, Sharia law and all women are going to have to cover up because in America, we like our women to show skin. Okay, so American values is Hooters, basically. That's what it comes down to. We just want to be able to have Hooters in America, right? Okay, and yeah, Hooters, fun time. Who hasn't had a great time at Hooters aside from most of this crowd? Who hasn't had a fun time? Who hasn't? I look like I'm the manager of Hooters. Like, these ladies are trying their hardest today, okay? Give them a break. But hear me out. How about we just try one Sharia law Hooters? Let's just try one. Just one Sharia law Hooters. Just one. You'll only see eyes. It'll be called peepers. Yes. Yes. Come on down to peepers. Okay. You'll have a newfound respect for eyes after you come to peepers. Yeah. Come for the eyes, stay for the halal burgers. You love it. You love it. A lot of lamb and goat, you know? That's always where the conversation goes. And it's ridiculous. You can't just let people continue doing this because they're making Islamophobia just so like casual and normal. And I don't even like using the term Islamophobia because it's like, it's inaccurate and it's like.
Anti-Muslim terrorism is what it is.
Ooh, I like that. Hey, let me get the fist bump too. Come on, man. Jeez. It is. Yeah, it is. Anti-Muslim terrorism. I like that. I like that. Yes, we're not germ. Yes. I feel like this became a town hall meeting. The whole Muslim population in Chicago. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? While we're at it, we're not germs either. We're for sure not spiders. So precisely, this is why you don't really hear me using the term Islamophobia. As I said it like 2 times. There's not an official word for it yet, but anti-Muslim terrorism is on the table. Okay. If we can truncate some of the syllables, I think we'll have it. Terrorism is a strong. It gets the point across. I would just call. What's that? What's my take? Oh, hey, I'm running for mayor of Chicago, guys. I like how I go. What? You saying I should not be mayor of Iran? Why are you crushing my dreams right now? I honestly, that was my next venture. Mayor of Tehran. Thank you so much. Is that it? What? What's my take on Make Iran Great? Can I finish the bit that I'm doing first? Okay, guys. Yeah, is that okay? Okay. I'm going to institute a temporary Sharia law. Just temporary. Just temporary. I'm now instituting Sharia law in this room. It's like, I can probably continue the set with that talking, but I'm worried about when I go home and I go to bed. I'm going to be falling asleep and it's like, what about Iran? But yes, I don't like the term Islamophobia because I don't think it accurately conveys. It doesn't convey the hate. It makes the person sound more like a victim. I don't like saying that term. We can't allow anti-Muslim terrorism to be so casual. That's why I'm telling you, do not argue logically with these people who are making these nonsensical comments. When people say things like Muslim values are not compatible with American values, it makes no sense. There's no evidence. American values is an empty set. Okay, you can't. It's a math reference. You can't equate a set of elements to an empty set. It's a mathematics thing. So what I'm saying, what you have to do is when somebody says Muslim values are not compatible. Well, first of all, compatible. Like, this is a dating app. You know what I mean? Like, are we on Minder now? You know what I mean? Or formerly known as Minder, now Salam. You're going to be hearing this for a while because Zoran's running till, I believe, November. And then if he wins, you're going to be hearing it like for a very long time. So you're going to hear this. You're going to keep hearing people saying Muslim values are not compatible with American values. And again, don't give these people a logical response. Don't be like, well, in America, we believe in all values. Don't say that. Don't all values matter this shit, okay? The proper way to respond when people say Muslim values are not compatible with American values is say, actually, all American values come from Muslim values. Say that, say that, say that, say that, say that. See what happens. Just try it. Have a gun on you. Try it. Oh, yeah. This is going to stir some shit up. But do it. Try it. See what happens. I can prove it, actually. I can prove it for you. You look at things that are very iconic American for some reason there. You would think the American dessert would be Dubai chocolate at this point. Which, hate to break it to you. You know where that comes from. So apple pie is the iconic American dessert. Do you know where apples come from originally? Kazakhstan. Apples originate in Kazakhstan. Now, I don't know if you've seen the 2007 documentary Borat, but it really depicts authentically life in Kazakhstan. I'm just kidding. It was a racist caricature, obviously, but why do you think it did so well at the box office? Because that's our heritage. Well, yes, apples are from Kazakhstan, and pies all come from Egypt. Egypt was the first country to be like, let's roll some shit in dough. So apples come from Kazakhstan, and pies come from Egypt. So yeah, American is apple pie. No, American is some Egyptian Kazakhstani. That's what it is. That's what it is. And that's our dessert. So there goes that. It's a Muslim dessert. Then there's our music, right? America has essentially pioneered a lot of music genres. What are music genres that we're most known for? Jazz, blues, rock and roll, country, rap music, all of these great musical art forms that we stole from black people, right? 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 And I would argue that rock and roll is the most popular. Country music is also very like prototypical American, jazz and blues, of course, as well. And what is the common instrument in these musical art forms that we're so well known for? Is the guitar. The guitar. The guitar we always see is kind of all American instrument, like, right? But the guitar did not come from America unless you don't know history. The guitar actually comes from what was called the lute, which originates in the Middle East. But the very first stringed instrument recorded for humanity, like ever, the one that traces the further back, Iraq. Iraq. Yeah, that's why Iraq is actually short for Iraq and roll. You can look it up. You can look it up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you thought Bush was looking for WMDs? He was looking for Guitar Center. He was trying to invade Guitar Center. They tried to induct Saddam into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Sports. What about sports? Right? What's America's main sport? Baseball. Some people say football, but football is just rugby, and we named it after an already existing sport called football. It's not original at all. Okay? But yes, baseball is an all-American original sport. We actually created that here in the United States, and let's be proud of it for 10 seconds, okay? Yeah, thank you, one person. Do you really think we were the first people to hit balls with sticks? No, there was a bunch of other stickball games, like cricket or other ones that I didn't research for this joke. But stickball traces back a long time, and the very first stickball game ever known to humankind traces back to Iran. And that's why they're trying to make Iran great again, because they want to get the birthplace of baseball. Well, that's what they're trying to do. What are you drinking? Huh? Not enough? Oh no, we have a problem. So baseball comes from Iran, and I urge you next time you're at an all-American baseball game to whisper that into the person next to you. To see what happens, you know? Did you know this comes from Iran? Just see what happens. Baseball is an Iranian sport. I mean, ask any professional baseball player, like, how'd you score that amazing home run? He's gonna be like, Iran. That's what I'm telling you. They say it's about nuclear weapons. It's not. They want a regime change up. You know what I'm saying? So anything iconically America originally comes from a Muslim country. And those three examples should suffice for everything. So go ahead and spread the word. Now, obviously, I'm poking fun, I'm prodding, I'm trying to provoke, because I think this is so ridiculous that we're even having these conversations. Really, what it comes down to, America lacks values because of the way that it was formed. Like, for instance, you can see this in the way, like, they're attacking Zoran. They're attacking Zoran for the way he eats. Do you see that? He posted a video where he's eating with his hands, like a lot of people do around the world. And you have all these commentators like, I use silverware. You know, like, okay, most people can't afford that. Also, dude, like, eating with your hands is like a very cultural, like, acceptable thing, like, all around the world. In fact, if you don't eat with your hands, you're a bitch, okay? You're a bitch. Wait, what are you afraid of? Your own skin? Like, no, there's germs on my hand. We're gonna wash them. And sometimes don't. Build up a immunity. This is why you can't go to other countries and eat their food, because you have diarrhea. It's because you don't eat with your hands enough. That's like a culture shock for these people. And you realize this is all because of the way the country was founded, right? Like, we need to be honest about how America was founded. America is classically known as a melting pot, but it was originally a melting pot for white people. Okay, it was a white melting pot. It was a creamy soup. It was a chowder. It was a chowder. You know? It was just chowder, potatoes, and clams. You know what I mean? That's all you could have in the chowder. And now we're mixing other vegetables into the chowder. You know what I mean? And the garbanzo beans trying to get in there too. Pinto beans, the black beans, all the beans is trying to fit into the chowder, man. And the chowder's like, they're turning it into chili. Like, it's relax. It's finally becoming clear that there's a void of values in America. And this comes from the fact that when you think of American values and ideals, it traces back to the Founding Fathers. And the Founding Fathers is one of the most divisive subjects you have in America. There's one camp of people that will be like, the Founding Fathers should be revered, and they had these great ideas, and we should respect everything that they did and not criticize them. They're sacred. The Founding Fathers are sacred. And then there's other people who know a little more history, who are like, the Founding Fathers were racist slave owners who wanted to build a white supremacist state, And listen, guys, two things can be true. Okay? The Founding Fathers were, in fact, racist slave owners who had a lot of great ideas that changed humankind. Yeah, in fact, I would argue those two things go well together, because when you have someone doing the actual work for you, you can kind of just sit back and relax and think of all these crazy ideas that could potentially change the world. Put them in a laminated binder, sign it. I'm just saying, it's not all black and white, even though it was back then. This joke is not finished yet, but it's 3/5 of the way there. I like how a bottle of glasses was dropped exactly at that time, signifying the crash that joke would bring. So we have to be honest. This country was founded in a way such that we're like, it doesn't matter where you're from. If you're white, you join America and you're American now. And so obviously when you do that, people are going to lose their individual cultures, their individual identities. And so as reason, that melting pot that America started with was kind of it was a loss of culture. And that's just how it started. We can admit that and be honest about it. But I think it's carried on for too long now. You've heard this myth that white people don't have culture. This is a lie. White people, this is a lie, okay? I'm gonna audition to speak for the alt-right at some point. You have culture, you do. You've been lied to. Yeah, you've been lied to, okay? White people, you are Caucasian. Yeah. That's a thing. That's a real thing. You are Caucasian. You know where Caucasian is derived from? The Caucasus. You're one of us. One of us. That's why you put us as the same on the census. I see you. White people and Middle Eastern. That's why you love hummus so much. You love it. You put on everything now. There's hummus at Applebee's. You love it. It's indigenous to your taste buds. That's why. Yeah. White people and Middle Eastern is the same thing. That's why 9/11 inside job, no matter how you see it. And I know there's some smart asses in here who are gonna be like, actually the Caucasus Mountains extend into Russia too. Okay, fine. Then you're Russian/Middle Eastern, okay? You're Soviet Arabs, okay? You're jihadi Marxists. All right, now we can talk about Iran. Do you guys remember where you were when Jeffrey Epstein died? I'm sorry. I need to add this disclaimer. You don't think about this? Just like, you know? No, not at all? Well, oh, heads up. I'm going to be talking about Jeffrey Epstein for like 20 minutes. Yikes, wrong show. Well, I have to, because Trump tweeted, stop talking about Epstein in all caps. So I said, I'm going to do a whole special on it. And what better place than a movie theater in New Hope? Welcome to my screening of the documentary, The Epstein Files, Unraveled in Minnesota. Sorry we couldn't do this in Duluth. I apologize. I feel like it would have been a better received there. But The Epstein Files, which were definitely a missed opportunity to call them the pedophiles. Just saying, comedy's comedy. I'm against pedophilia, by the way. I hope that I make that statement very, very clear here. The reason why I'm talking about this, there's a lot of reasons, and I'll tell you about them later. But number one is I'm against pedophilia, and I think you should all be, and I think that's why we should be talking about exactly this issue right now. Okay. When Jeffrey Epstein disappeared, I was in Cleveland, so I don't know who had it worse that night, but I told that joke in Cleveland. They loved it. They got it, okay? But I've been trying to like piece these things together because I wasn't really paying attention back then. Because this happened in 2019 when he disappeared from his jail cell. And that seems like the before times, right? 2019 was like ages ago. Like they even named a disease after it. And then we went and moved on, and like our lives have changed in like the last, 6 years alone. And I think about how fast the news cycle moves now. It's incredible. We're at like a higher frequency, but like not in a good way. Like, just think about how many things have just happened this year, and how many things that shouldn't be like eventful events were eventful events, like Super Bowl halftime, right? Like that was huge this year. And it was crazy that this year we witnessed a famous person in the public eye basically say straight up to the public about another person, he likes them young. Yeah, it was crazy when Elon did that to Trump. This whole year is basically the Super Bowl halftime. That's basically what it is. And that's why I'm just waiting for the Palestine protesters to show up and hold up the Palestine and Sudan flag. So the Trump administration said they were going to release the Epstein files, and then suddenly they did not. And I'm still trying to figure out why. It's almost as if like they're trying to protect someone. And I would just need like 20 more photos of that person with Jeffrey Epstein to get an idea of who it is. I've seen about 80 so far, but I need 20 more to give myself the full 100. You know what I mean? But yeah, the hundo. yeah. But so Kash Patel, who sounds like a motel chain. All right, that's a racist joke, okay, if you understand it. But who wouldn't like a cash-only motel chain? That'd be pretty cool. He has career options if he resigns, is all I'm saying. Kash Patel was on Joe Rogan like a month ago, and this is when I knew something was very, very off, because he was very adamant about releasing the files a couple months ago, and then suddenly he was saying, Joe, I don't have the client list. Like, don't you think if I had the client list, I would release it? Like, no. Like, you're assuming that we trust you, which we do not. You work for the FBI. That's like the last agency that we trust after all the other government ones. You know what I mean? And then he was using very suspicious body language during that interview. He had like these nervous twitches when he was like, bro, I'm telling you, it was a suicide. You know a suicide when you see one. Like, why did you just sniff? You weren't doing cocaine before this. Why did you just sniff? Super suspicious. Also, side note, his girlfriend might be an Israeli spy. We don't know yet. We're still looking into it. Okay. So that's Kash Patel. Then you got Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, said in February, I have the Epstein files on my desk. And then they asked her like a week ago, and she's like, I don't even have a desk. What are you talking about? I never said Epstein files? No, I said I had Epsom salts. That's what I said. I had Epsom salts, and I was about to take an Epsom salt bath. And so now, because they completely botched this whole situation, Kash Patel is now saying, like, if Pam Bondi doesn't resign, I will. You know, and Bongino's like, I might resign too. It's like, all y'all motherfuckers need to resign, okay? You've all been compromised. Don't you understand? Now, if you're not fully aware by now, Trump and Epstein were boys, okay? They were boys. They even had a musical group together. It was called the Island Boys. I'm an island boy. That was their first hit. Don't look it up. You won't be satisfied either way. But yeah, Trump and Epstein were friends. Now, Trump tries to pretend like he's not as much of a friend as Jeffrey Epstein said they were, because Jeffrey Epstein claimed in an interview that him and Trump were best friends for a decade. And if you look at the pictures, it really looks like that. But Trump says that's not the case. And I'm not saying believe Jeffrey Epstein, but I'm saying if it's between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, I'm going with the dead guy. You know, but Trump's side of the story is Trump says that he stopped being friends with Epstein. In fact, Trump's team says they banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago in 2007 for being creepy. Do you know how creepy you have to be to get banned from Mar-a-Lago? That's like an insane level of creepiness. Like, obviously, Trump has a perfect track record of women, obviously. But Trump has a lot of accusations against him. He's probably got like 100 or so accusations against him. But Epstein has like 1,000. So we're talking like power of 10 difference in levels of creepiness. Yeah, sorry, math is involved. Not only is Trump pretending he didn't know the guy, there was a conference where Trump was sitting with Pam Bondi and they were asking her about Epstein. And he interjected, he's like, what? Are you guys talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It's like, no, his brother Mark. Who do you think? Just totally pretending like he didn't know the guy. And we're not falling for it. He tweeted like 10 times last week, like, stop talking about Epstein. It's a hoax. Why are you guys still talking about Epstein? I'm not thinking about Epstein. Why are you guys thinking about Epstein? I've moved on. I'm so moved on from Epstein. Why are you guys still talking about it? Even weirder part is that his supporters are like, you know what? He's right. We should, I know we cared about Epstein so much, but you know what? He's our president. And by God, I believe what he says. Trump, yeah, so let him get back to draining the swamp that's inside of him right now. Let's let him get back to draining the swamp that appears to be only inside of his head. People always say that Trump dog whistles, and I'm starting to get that now, because people are like, ooh, you know, like he says something, they're like, ooh. And it's funny how people are even defending him in the sense they're like, come on, if Trump was in the Epstein files, don't you think that Biden would have released it to get him? It's like, no, because Biden's in that motherfucker too. Do you not get it? They're all in on this. Okay, and even if Biden's not in it directly, one of his friends is #Bill Clinton. Somebody in the very small circle, or oval, I should say, it's somebody there. Okay, honestly, I don't think that Biden was on Epstein Island, because that's a lot of plane stairs to go up and down, and I don't think he's equipped for that. I think Epstein was like, we don't do liability waivers. I don't think we can have this guy. It just makes you realize how creepy all of our presidents are, right? It's basically confirmed that Trump's a pedophile. Biden was sniffing young girls' hair. That's not good. But, hopefully that's just where it stopped, And then Bill Clinton was Bill Clinton. And then I know liberal crowds get mad when I bring up Obama, okay? But he did have some, I guess allegations that he was doing some fellatio for some drugs once. I'm not going to put that rumor out there, but he did drone strike Syria, so I'm going to put the rumor out there just for tonight. It really just makes you appreciate George W. Bush just a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. You know what I mean? I get it. George W. Bush, horrible person, right? In Iraq war, decades of pointless conflict. Okay, but family man. Okay, a little cocaine. Okay, a little cocaine, family man. You know what I mean? He couldn't go to Epstein Island. He was doing art at home. Okay, so Trump's almost definitely implicated, and Elon seems to have some inside information here. I know, like I don't like a lot of the things that Elon does and says, but I don't think he's lying. I don't think ketamine makes you lie. You know what I mean? He's basically the only private detective we have left in this situation. He's our special K detective, special K unit. He's out there like, oh my God, is Epstein involved? And then we're gonna go directly to Mars. And by the way, the big beautiful bill is not beautiful at all. Because if it was, I would have asked it to bear my child. It's one big show. We don't know exactly who all of the people were who associated with Epstein, aside from all the very detailed fight logs. We don't know all the people, but we do know that somebody in the government considered him a good hang. Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, take all the time you want with that one. I mean, it takes a little while for the oxygen to leave the brain, so we'll take our dear time. We don't have the conclusive evidence that we want or need, so I think the best next step is to check the surveillance tapes of Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell. Maybe that'll give us a good hint as to what happened. Yeah, does anybody have access to those tapes? Oh, they're actually released to the public. Awesome. Oh, there's a missing minute. You don't say. There was a missing minute in the surveillance tapes released directly to us from the DOJ, our trusted father. Now, here's the crazy thing. They say that the surveillance tape system at Jeffrey Epstein's high security prison was from the 90s. It was very old school. They recorded on VHS, I guess. And it had just one-track audio. And apparently, the video system needs to reset every night, right around midnight, which is the time that Jeffrey Epstein was allegedly killed, and that his cellmates nearby said they heard someone visiting at the prison cell. Right around that time is when the tapes just stopped for a minute. And I believe the government. Because with the budgets right now, it's hard to get updates on your video surveillance, especially for high security prisons like that. Isn't that crazy? They expect us to believe that a high security prison is using a video surveillance system from the 90s in 2019. The government can spy on us in 4K, but it can't record federal prisons in more than 720p. And so there's a missing minute, and that's what, at a conference, a reporter was asking Pam Bondi. He's like, hey, what's up with that missing minute? And she's like, yeah, we're looking into that. We just have to check with the prison to see if the tapes reset every night like that. So we're just checking. We're like, oh, she's like, they haven't got back to us. They use voicemail. So everything's still in the 90s. Their voicemail box was full, basically. So they're gonna let us know. And then it turned out, the news came out about a week ago that the tape was doctored. Yes, the tape was fabricated by, we don't know who, but whoever it was, they used Adobe Premiere. Shout out, brand loyalty. Yeah, if anything, this was a big L for DaVinci Resolve because they're like, damn, we could have had that credit. The Epstein tapes, that's huge. And somebody determined that they stitched together 2 different video tracks and 2 different audio tracks using Adobe Premiere. Yeah, shout out to Adobe, dude. Good job. Shout out to Adobe, man, but not shout out to Microsoft because he was there. Okay. Open the gates of hell. Okay. So they use Adobe Premiere and they stitched together this tape. And I find it kind of inspiring how technology has improved over the years. You know what I mean? Because like somebody in the government made this tape in 2019 thinking they're not going to figure this out. I have the latest edition of Adobe Premiere. I just did the 2019 software update. They'll have no idea what happened. 6 years later, they had no idea that AI was going to take everybody's job and be like, that's a fake. And then it came out a few days later that it wasn't even a missing minute. It was a missing 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Right? Well, that's a game changer. Right? Because beforehand, people were like, well, it's just a minute. You know, like, well, even said that, like a minute historically was enough for Jeffrey Epstein to get finished. But, okay. Oh, okay, bad joke. Okay, bad joke. Sorry, guys. But 2 minutes, 53 seconds, you can kill like 5 people in that time. You know what I mean? I wouldn't know personally. I'm just saying, it's a lot of time for the tape to go blank. You know what I'm saying? So that's weird. But is he dead? We'll find out. Actually, I'm going to reveal at the very end. So we know for a fact that some video editor, proficient in Adobe Premiere, was sitting behind a screen, deleting something that happened that night, some strange thing that happened that night right outside of Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell, and then stitched together things with apparently no guilty conscience. So a human being literally removed something that could implicate this and bring justice to this whole situation. They removed it and stitched the video together in a complete fabrication to trick the general public into seeing something that did not in fact happen. I think that we need to find that editor and I would like to hire him because that is amazing work. That is amazing work. A lot of the times I tell a joke and certain parts don't work and I would just like to cut it out. But my editors, they don't know how to do the crossfades and merge the 2 audio tracks together. Honestly, this joke's not doing as well as I hope, so I'm going to edit in laughter later. I'm going to stitch together another audio track. So anyways, if you know that editor, shout out, give him my number. But, okay. The world at this point wants to see the Epstein files. And here's the truth. Here's what I realized, okay? I really don't think that there are Epstein files. I think the government has a lot of information. Some of it they're not releasing. But I think that most of it already exists on this place called the internet. Yeah, so if you want to see the Epstein files, I looked at them. It's called Wikipedia. Just Wikipedia Jeffrey Epstein, and you'll basically see enough. You'll see more than you even want to know. I'll tell you that much. So what I'm saying is I read the Epstein files, and I'm releasing them here tonight at New Hope. Am I screening the Epstein files, uncensored? Footnote, we had to double check this on Wikipedia. I am against pedophilia, okay? And I think we need to be doing more as a society to stop it. And I think we're not. In this country, when people get an offense for pedophilia, they get put on a list. Like, that's insane. That's not proactive. Like, we need to stop people before anything happens. And so I have an idea. I think we all need to go down to the grocery store and watch who's buying their bananas green. Yeah. Think about it. Those aren't ready yet, but they still want them. These are the... Oh, I see some angry faces. I buy my bananas green. Well, you're a pedophile. Now we know. Buy the bananas yellow like a normal adult. Or with the brown spots if you like them mature. You know how to do it. Get the bananas the correct way. Furthermore, this country has an institutionalized system of protecting pedophiles, and we need to become aware of it. And we need to call it out. It needs to stop now. And to all the people saying, like, whoa, Jared from Subway still in jail. And anybody who's studied this Epstein case, or read the Wikipedia article, would know that this goes beyond powerful people just trying to protect a single pedophile. There's intelligence involved. There's intelligence involved. There's central intelligence involved. If only there was an agency that would be in charge of the central intelligence, maybe we could figure out who the culprit is here, okay? I'm talking about the CIA, guys. You guys weren't sure. The CIA, I don't know if you know about this beautiful institution, but they've done a lot of bullshit over the years. And a lot of the people who work for CIA are horrible people, and some of them convicted pedophiles. And some of them are pedophiles that were never prosecuted. Look it up. There's been CIA officers historically that were not charged for pedophilia. This is bullshit. CIA actually stands for Can't Identify Age. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. We know that this goes even beyond the CIA. We know it goes beyond an entity is involved. Okay. Now, I don't want to depress you guys with conspiracy theories. That might make you Mossad. But I'm just saying there's enough evidence now that it's not a conspiracy. It is real. 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 Nothing to see here, folks. I do have to be careful talking about this because if I talk too much about Epstein, his lawyer could still come after me. Isn't that crazy? Epstein's dead, but his lawyer is still active for him. Alan Dershowitz. You guys know Alan Dershowitz? Yeah, sleazy guy. He was recorded to be on Epstein's island. He has allegations against him, and he's still Epstein's lawyer. So if I talk too much about Epstein, I can get sued by Alan Dershowitz. And for the same reason, I can't talk too much about Israel. If I talk too much about the Israel-Epstein connection, Israel's lawyer could come after me. Also Alan Dershowitz. How many more clues do you need? Okay, but it's just a theory, right? It's just a theory supported by a lot of facts at this point, because all the things add up. All of this happened to happen right when Netanyahu was coming to the United States to do his laundry. That's what he does every time. He brings his dirty laundry. And once you start to put it together, you realize that the whole Epstein sex trafficking thing was not just about one extremely perverted man. It was about a whole operation to gather intel on powerful people. When you see the whole time that Jeffrey Epstein had surveillance cameras in his house, and much better than the ones in his prison, ironically. And there's thousands of hours of tape out there somewhere that have not been stitched together in Adobe Premiere. They haven't even been exported yet. And when you connect the dots, which I did one night, you realize it all points back to Israel. And that's why sometimes people are like, why are you talking about Epstein so much? It's like, bro, I talk about Palestine, and I truly believe, obviously, I want to free Palestine, obviously. Okay? And the things that are holding back the Free Palestine is like the lying media, AIPAC buying our politicians, just misinformation campaigns. And there's all sorts of levels to the whole movement that's trying to prevent Palestine from becoming free. But I'm telling you, and I'm calling it right now, the Epstein Files is the final boss. The Epstein Files is the final boss because it's controlling the most powerful people. Look at when Palestine almost became free in the 90s with the Oslo, right? Who was brokering that deal that they rightfully so didn't take? It was Bill Clinton, right? And now who's basically letting the takeover of the West Bank happen and the repopulating of Gaza and initiating that. Trump, who's like he was his bud, okay? So all of the signs point to this. And that's why it is important. And that's why I was up on Wikipedia all night last night. Trying to gather information on when did Epstein turn from just a person into a spy? There was many points in history where Epstein told other people that he was intelligence. There's instances where he even said he was Mossad. And I mean, he was depressed too, but for those of you who don't know, Mossad is Israel's intelligence agency, and they're like everywhere. There's probably like 2 of them here tonight. Hi, say hi for camera. They're like, this is not good. But yeah, so I was trying to figure out like when this all happened. He went to Israel a bunch of times. He actually went to Israel during one of the times where he was on parole or probation. He spent a lot of time in Israel because he was legally allowed to go there. Israel basically has a system where pedophiles can escape from other countries and take safe haven there. It's only offered to Jewish citizens of Israel. It's not Muslims. And I'm pointing this out because that just shows how f***ed up Israel is. They've even apartheided pedophilia. Okay. So if you don't know, now you know. Okay. Because was that a phone call? That's fucking so scary. That was like an old school phone too. It was like ring, ring, ring. It's the FBI. It's just Cash Patel on the other line, like. But I wanted to look it up. I wanted to see like who is Jeffrey Epstein actually, and I looked it up. Jeffrey Epstein was born in Brooklyn, which is one of the 5 boroughs that Zoran won, actually. Yeah. Figured I'd perk you guys up for a second before we get into the dark shit. Jeffrey Epstein he had what was considered a normal childhood, which is the first red flag. Parents, do not give your kids a normal childhood. Give them some trauma like the rest of us. It levels the playing field. Like this guy got both of his parents' love for the whole term. No, that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not telling you what to do, but just give him a little adversity. You know what I mean? Like verbally abuse him a little bit. You know what I mean? It can be passive aggressive if you want. Gaslighting is perfectly okay for a parent. But Epstein's parents loved him, okay? And they even had a nickname for him. They called him Bear. And that's probably why he grew up to think he was qualified for a honeypot operation. That's the operation that he was doing. It's called the honeypot operation. If you guys didn't know, that's why the joke makes sense. They call it a honeypot operation when they try to attract people with something they think they like, and that's what he did. Okay, so I'll explain more jokes if you need help with those later. We'll do like Wikipedia, I'll have some footnotes too. I'll try to go through this quickly because I don't want to spend too much time on this guy, obviously. But I had to write. I came hard with the EpiPen tonight, if you know what I mean. Come on. So Jeffrey Epstein actually finished high school at 16, which again, don't do that, okay? Just like make sure your kids experience prom, all right? He went on to take advanced math courses in college, which I'm not proud of, okay? I'm not proud of this at all. We don't claim him, okay? He studied math, but he studied physiological math, which is the creepiest math out there, yeah. It's the math of the human body. Yeah, like, don't mix those two things, okay? And he studied math, which somehow makes what he did worse, because it's not like he could be like, oh, I didn't know the age. Like, you can subtract, you know what I mean? He didn't finish college, thank God. I don't have the same degree as him. But he then went on to teach at what was called the Dalton School in New York, which is a very popular school. And he got this job from a guy named Donald, not Trump, but Donald Barr, yes, who happens to be the father of Bill Barr, the Attorney General during the time of the Epstein case. I'm not saying there's a conspiracy here at all. I'm just saying, what a coincidence, you know what I mean? And I would know this because I know stats. I majored in math. What are the chances? What are the chances? But of course, this is all covered up. If you try to Google the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and former Attorney General Bill Barr. If you put that into Google, you won't really get anything because all you'll get, what the There's a virus called the Epstein-Barr virus that has nothing to do with these guys. It's a completely different Epstein and a completely different Barr, but also somehow a virus. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually herpes, which is just proof that this is not going to go away for a long time. It needs to be treated right now. Sorry if you're not liking these jokes. I'll raise the bar. People said that Epstein was a creepy teacher, which is like shocking. He would actually show up at students' parties and like try to talk to them and hang out with them. So he got fired for that behavior, which just goes to show there's actually justice in academia sometimes. The Dalton School in the 70s. And you can see that. You can envision Epstein being like, oh man, I can't just talk to the students freely. I wish I had my own island for this. You know what I mean? And then he did. What the f, dude? So the signs were there. He studied the creepy math. He was a creepy teacher. And then he gets an island on the Virgin Islands. Come on, dude. Like, the signs were there. There's teen in his name, Epstein. Like, the signs were there, is what I'm saying. So he left academia. And he became a day trader, which is how it starts for a lot of evil people. And he got fired for a violation there. So this guy keeps, taking L's. And then he becomes a consultant, which, let's face it, not a real job. Sorry, guys. Like, it's like, just become a therapist. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to talk to people. Ooh, a lot of consultants in here. That's fine. But he became a consultant. That's what people say when they don't really know what they do. I'm a consultant. I say things. I'm a consultant too. I'm a comedy consultant. I consult people on how to laugh. But Jeffrey Epstein was a consultant in the 80s. And this is where things started to get weird. Because during this time, he would actually tell people that he was intelligence. And he told people that he was a foreign spy. And he was actually found to have foreign passports from that time. One of them had his birthplace listed as Saudi Arabia. And this actually checks out because he did a lot of business in Saudi Arabia in the 80s. In fact, in the 80s, one of his biggest clients, so we know he had clients back then, what? Consulting clients, of course. One of his biggest clients was a guy named Adnan Khashoggi, who was a prominent figure in Saudi Arabia, who worked with Epstein to basically finance the Iran-Contra affair in the 80s, where Israel funneled weapons into Iran to spur a regime change, which is not relevant to now at all. And Epstein was the forefront of financing that whole operation with Adnan Khashoggi. And during this time, Epstein became acquainted with a lot of people in Saudi Arabia. And it was later revealed, according to Epstein, that he was friends with MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. Can you turn off the tapes for this one? Second, audio's off too. Hot mic is off. Cool. So MBS, I don't know if you know about this guy, but not controversial at all. And Epstein claims that he was friends with MBS. And MBS claims he was not friends with Epstein. And again, in this case, I'm gonna believe the dead guy. Because you're seeing this pattern a lot. Obviously, MBS did not like that Epstein was claiming that he was friends, but I don't think he would have Epstein killed. I mean, MBS has never done that with anybody, according to him. You see, people are laughing because MBS did allegedly, again, not according to him, MBS did have someone killed, a prize journalist in Saudi Arabia named Jamal Khashoggi. What the f? That's the same last name as the guy that Epstein worked with. Could that be a coincidence? How many Khashoggis do you know? Like, honestly, how many Khashoggis do you know? Turns out Jamal Khashoggi was actually the nephew of Adnan Khashoggi. So Epstein worked with the uncle of the guy and then met MBS somewhere along the way. MBS claims he never met Epstein. And then suddenly, not only Epstein goes away, the journalist nephew of the guy Epstein worked with. I'm not making a connection here. I'm just stating obvious facts. All right, tape's back on. So MBS is a great guy, and that's basically what I just said in that last part. Somebody might notice that this tape has a missing minute, but I have great editors, so don't you worry. Okay. Adobe, shout out Adobe Premiere. No, my editors use DaVinci, so it's not going to look as smooth. After that, Epstein met this guy named Leslie Wexner, who is the CEO of Victoria's Secret, another red flag. And then Epstein started like basically recruiting models, even though he wasn't in that, he was just a financer, but he would have like parties at his house where he had like Victoria's Secret models. He was like the Harvey Weinstein of finance at this point, basically. Okay, guys, listen. I don't know why you, Jeffrey Epstein is probably worse than Harvey Weinstein, so I don't know what you would. So he worked for this guy, Leslie Wexner, and this is where he made a lot of money. And Leslie Wexner, if you don't know, huge Zionist, like huge Zionist. And also during this time, he became acquainted with Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father, I believe Robert Maxwell, was allegedly a spy, allegedly was Mossad. And when he passed away, she got his inheritance. And that's when she started becoming friends with Epstein. And suddenly they both had a lot of money to pool together to do all sorts of crazy shit with the Clintons, okay? Delete that part too. Because you've seen in a lot of pictures, Epstein knew the Clintons, like both of them, okay? Now the Clintons would never have anyone killed. Don't look into it too much, but they would never do that. They would never do that. The way he plays the saxophone is too sweet and innocent. So all I'm saying is Epstein worked with a lot of people, so there's a lot of wanted this guy dead. It ended up being like a game of Clue. You know what I mean? Or I don't know if you ever seen like the movie Clue. It's like a bunch of people wanted to kill this guy and they probably all double booked. And that's why they had to cut a whole 2 minutes, 53 seconds. Because they're like, you're here with the wrench, I'm here with the noose. Like, come on, man. Come on. So I think that's what happened. I think they all just scheduled the same night because they knew that was the night. And they knew that the tapes probably do reset for a minute. They thought they hadn't made it, but they ended up taking 2 minutes, 53 seconds. So they had to use Adobe Premiere to finish the job. And it was like 3 people arguing over who gets to kill him first. And that's when Epstein snuck out and got choppered out by Mossad. But I'm just a conspiracy theorist. So now everybody wants to know the client list. But again, it's on Wikipedia. You don't need an official client list. Plus, he didn't have clients, okay? They were independent contractors. Let's be honest. Like, nobody was getting W-2s, okay? It was W-9s. Ask the IRS. They're probably in on this shit too. So, yeah. You guys know the difference between a W-2 and a W-9? Good. Well, Jeffrey Epstein couldn't tell the difference between a W-17 and 18, so. Okay, all right. So Jeffrey Epstein, he purchased an island called Little St. James, which is also the nickname for his. I know, a little grotesque, but you've seen the documentaries. Like, that's why we believe what the women are saying, because they all had the same story. They said he had a shaped like an egg. Ugh! That's even traumatizing for me, because eggs are so expensive right now. The crazy thing is that many times Epstein got caught for what he was doing, but every time they let him off the hook, because if you look it up on Wikipedia, every time Epstein caught a case, somebody would show up in a suit and be like, let this guy go. He's higher up than you than ranking. And this happened in the early 2000s when Epstein got like big time busted in Florida. And the district attorney, or like the lawyer who was prosecuting him, Alex Acosta, was gonna give him a heavy sentence, but then somebody showed up and said he's higher on the payroll than you. And so he had to break him off a lenient sentence, or what they call a sweetheart deal. Bad name. They had to give him a sweetheart deal, and Alex Acosta even says, he's like, yeah, I was planning on giving him a sentence, but somebody told me that he was higher up, so I had to give him a sweetheart deal, which is crazy. So you would think after that, like, somebody owes Alex Acosta a favor. So years later, he became Secretary of Labor under Trump, and completely unrelated. But yeah, something you should know about that sweetheart deal is that they made a deal where anybody who was associated with Epstein at that time was cleared from guilt for the future. And Trump was associated with Epstein at that time. So that's something you do need to know, because Trump and Epstein actually had a case that was filed against them, a case that was filed against both of them a woman who said in the 90s that she was abused by both Epstein and Trump. She filed the case multiple times. There was witnesses and everything. And then the case suddenly disappeared around November 2016. I can't really put my finger on what might have happened around that time, but the case was dropped and the woman has since disappeared from record that we know. So I think Trump killed him. I think Trump killed him. But again, we have to keep playing the game of Clue. We know Epstein was a creepy guy. He got massages like 3 times a day. That's why, like, for the sake of everybody involved, like, we need justice, okay? We need justice, okay? We need a happy ending. Okay, sorry. Little trivia about Jeffrey Epstein that I learned along the way. He went gray very early, but he never used hair coloring product, which, that's something. That's a lot of confidence, especially hanging out with younger folks. I mean, never use hair coloring product once. You know, some people get one gray, they're like, oh my God, I gotta change my life. Not him. So you could say he never died. But here's the thing. If Jeffrey Epstein is still alive, he would have to be somewhere that actively protects pedophiles. Now, I can't think of a region that has a history of doing that. I'll have to look into it more. I have to spend more time as a detective, but that would be a full-time occupation. I'm talking about Israel, guys. I'm talking about Israel.
Now, margin in derivatives meant highly liquid securities. So until this post went out, it was very much you can only the margin is only cash, so you actual US dollars or really highly liquid securities. But now a bank issued, fully backed, dollar pegged stablecoin that meets federal standards can sit in the same collateral stack. The CFTC is not endorsing every single stablecoin out there. Only tokens that clear the strict requirement around reserves, redemption rights, and issuer oversights qualify. Conservative haircuts still apply. But is that good for our use in a competitive landscape? National trust banks and federally supervised institutions now have a clear path to issue stablecoins that plug directly into institutional derivatives infrastructure. That raises the bar for offshore and unregulated stablecoins and accelerates the split between regulated tier of stablecoins integrated into banking and speculative tier that stays in DeFi and offshore ventures. There's all these great bells and whistles of specific DeFi stablecoins and this and the other, but in theory, you need to comply with the system, and the system is saying it needs to be Genius Act compliant. It has to fit the resolution. So a lot of stablecoins won't qualify for this, but for XRP and Ripple, this is worth watching closely. Ripple's own stablecoin, RLUSD, is issued on both XRPL and Ethereum, and it's designed to meet exactly these kinds of regulatory standards. As the US hardens the rules that integrates well with Genius compliant payment stablecoins, get structural advantage. And here is when it gets interesting. Ripple has been positioning for RLUSD and XRP as complementary pieces of the same liquidity infrastructure. If RLUSD qualifies under this framework, it means XRP's liquidity rails could be sitting right next to the collateral that institutions are now cleared to use in derivative markets. I'll read that sentence again because that's the most important one. If RL, what it means for XRP, it means XRP's liquidity rails, which is, remember how they work hand in hand with RLUSD and XRP. It means XRP's liquidity rails could be sitting right next to the collateral that institutions are now cleared to use in derivative markets. So essentially, it gives more utility for XRP if RLUSD is going to start being implemented. So this is not a guarantee of anything, but this kind of regulatory alignment, this is the kind of regulatory alignment that turns theoretical utility into why Ripple went regulation first. Other companies always want to create a product, make it sound all great, and then regulation comes and the real world comes into place and their token means nothing. Ripple did it the other way around. It continues to go after regulatory licenses, doing the hard work first. So when the frameworks come in place, it's positioned best, and that's what I love about Ripple, the company, and the tokens it uses. We are going to be covering the XRP Global Community Day, all about XRP. Join us; that will be live on this channel. So there's going to be a lot of interest in this event. There's going to be major players at this event as well. I'll give you a link to the video that I talked to you all about this and getting prepared for it. We've also got someone who posted this. Is it really different this time? Someone posted the Fear and Greed Index at 12. Then Brad Garlinghouse replied saying, my favorite Warren Buffett quote, be fearful when others are greedy, be greedy when others are fearful. And you can see that the CEO of Ripple during a market-wide crash that wiped over 410 billion from crypto in a month, publicly saying he sees opportunity, not panic. These crashes happen a few times a year in crypto. They feel like the end of the world every single time. And every single time, the people who bought extreme fear ended up better off than the people who sold it. That is all he's saying. Take from that what you will, but I think the signal is clear. And it was great to have Brad Garlinghouse come out and say that. So anyway, there is more in the newsletter. Remember, this newsletter, you get the full Fed governor speaking, the earnings we get, what time, and the and what to expect from the XRP Community Day. We've got the full timings, all you need to know. So always reflect back to that XRP weekly. What you can do is actually go onto the website, which is sensei.news. At the top, you will see the XRP weekly. You can click on that, and then you can always see the most up-to-date XRP week. You can see the morning forecast, what we send out every single day, and you can also see the portfolio challenge up there as well, or you can go to the homepage. But what I'm going to leave you with is the XRP community video up there. I'm going to leave you with the ETF video up here as well. The newsletter link down there. You can get a free trial of 25% off. First link in the description. Choose which one you want, or there is also a completely free version as well. Go check it out for yourselves and each other. Okay, let's go to the live chat. Martin will be live in about 8 minutes' time, so we all look forward to seeing what what trades Martin's been doing, because I think he's officially turned off the always turned on pattern rate hundreds of times a day now. So this will get very exciting. Let's see what update Martin gives us on that. I'm going to check where we were with the emails. Not going to email. Yeah, I remember reading that. Thank you. That's all I need to know. No worries. It's time with the people. William Meyer says, good morning, everyone. Mikey says, do you ever think any more progress will happen on Clarity Act tomorrow in the meeting? I think progress will be made. I just don't. I've said for a while now that Clarity Act is very much being pushed back towards spring. And I think we got confirmation of that from Senator Loomis as well. Human being Liz says, thank you, Sensei. David, I say before you too. Thank you for the information. No worry, Ganja. Good morning. Yes. Let's see if we've got time to cover a little bit about Japan as well. I think we do. And then Martin will have a countdown, so I'm sure we can go a couple minutes extra if we want to cover the Japan story. So there we go. This is today's morning forecast newsletter as well. Top stories being Bitcoin tests critical 70,000 support. We've got the silver plunge. This is today, no, the 5th. I knew I was reading the wrong one. Let me refresh it. Here we go. China looking to sell US treasuries. We've got the 44 billion Bitcoin glitch, which was an awful glitch. Go read about that story in the newsletter. That's slightly funny, but slightly distressing. Him and hers, Samsung leading, but yeah, Japan is the main story here. Oh, a lot of good mornings. Everyone's woken up late today. It must have been the Super Bowl last night. Everyone, that's why we've got a quiet show this morning. It's because everyone is a bit hungover from last night's Super Bowl. I imagine anyway. Let's do this. With me, Japan carry trade. Okay, let's do a video on this as well. Breaking news on Martin Lucas Investor. We're looking at Japan again and the carry trade and the Prime Minister elections. What does it all mean? Well, this